Hello there, folks. Welcome back. You are watching SpeedCon 2021. We have a fantastic run coming up here now. We have Mad Dog Velare, who is going to be running Yakuza Ishin. Velare, please take it away. I'm looking forward to this so much. It's going to be an amazing time. If you have not seen this game before, you are in for a massive treat. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm not sure where should everybody take away, but sure, follow me. Hello, I'm Velare, and I'm that one big Yakuza nerd from Germany that everybody is annoyed about because I always talk about Yakuza games. But in this case, it's actually is the best and greatest and bestest and greatestest and bestestest and greatest, Yakuza game ever made. And if you never heard about it, it's not a shame because this game never had been released outside of Japan. So I'm going to tell more about this game. So just let's start it. That was the wrong selection. Don't worry, that never will happen again. Hopefully. It's Japanese. I can't read Japanese, so yeah, that's where we want to go. All right. So yeah, I would say we start in. I do a little countdown, and then we're ready for it. So let's start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thanks very much. So Yakuza Ishin is, well, it's basically not really called Yakuza Ishin. It's still with its usual name, Ryugakutoku Ishin, and which basically translates to, yeah, like a dragon restoration, because this game is about the restoration of Japan somewhat. You know, they had this during the Edo time period, the Bakumetsu era. They had this class system, and this game is fully about getting rid of this class system, which is highly political, and I don't understand anything what's happening in here. One thing you're going to see during this run is there will be a lot of well-known characters from back in the history of Japan during this time, but they all get personified by the Yakuza characters we all know and love. Like in this case, of course we're still playing as Hideo Kazuma. In this case, he's called Sakamoto Ryoma. And doing a little tutorial stuff right here. And we will see characters like, of course, Majima and Akiyama and, you know, all the characters we love and know. And this game is also a bit based on a real story back then in Japan. So yeah, we are playing Sakamoto Ryoma, so like I already told you. We came back from Edo. Edo is well known. Well, we might not, or you might not know the town Edo, but to explain it to you, Tokyo once was called Edo. And so we came back from basically Tokyo, and we are here in Tosa. We're in Tosa, and we left Tosa, like, if I remember it correctly, a year. That was the wrong direction. We left it for a year to learn more about sword arts and fighting with the sword and stuff like that, and we came back in our hometown, basically, which is Tosa. And we just landed in prison because we beat some people up who threatened to kill a woman and her baby or son, daughter, child, let's say child, because the child wasn't feeling so good, and the mother wanted to bring the child to a doctor, but then those two Gyoshis, are they called, arrived, and they didn't like that, so they threatened to beat her up and kill her. And of course Kiryu just came around the corner and slapped some manners in them. And yes, so then we landed in prison. It's basically good old Yakuza storytelling. It's not a Yakuza game if you don't land in prison at some time. And luckily we get freed from prison again by our father figure, which I forgot the name about. The name he had. But yeah, we get freed again because he's also a highly political figure in this town. So everything's cool. And right now we just have to do some tutorial stuff and fighting and all of this stuff. Also this screen right there, which is the fighting aftermath screen, I guess. It tells you like, oh, you did an amazing fight, or well, it was an okay fight, stuff like that. And also we get introduced into the level up system, but we get to that later. So what's going to happen pretty soon-ish is I'm looking for an old guy right there. We have to talk to him. He's very important for the story, because if we wouldn't talk to him, we wouldn't know that we have to go into this alley. So in this building, we meet with our father figure, and we talk a little bit about the class system in Japan, and that it's nice that we're back, and that our brother, who's called Takeshi, Takeshi? Yeah, Takeshi. Like Takeshi's Castle, but it's not that Takeshi. And he tells us that he has a dojo in which he trains other people, and that they are planning to storm the castle in which the Lord... Oh god. Well, we wanted to storm the castle. I just forgot the English word for it. Yeah, let's just say king. They wanted to storm it and stuff like that. But yeah, it's just an idea. So we can get rid of the class system, which only causes more trouble than it actually helps the people. Also a little disclaimer, I can't fully explain the story of this game because it's fully in Japanese, and I actually sadly didn't have the time to that's the wrong direction, to get fully to learn about the story completely. I know most of the part, I don't know everything, because I got a new PC, I had to set up the new PC, etc. since I did the last run, and it took a little while, and then I take a break off, and well, there's still a week left for me to learn about all the story stuff at the end. And then I wasn't feeling so good, and suddenly it's Saturday, and I have to do this run right now.
Never enough time, is there?
Yeah. Time goes fast and stuff like that. So like most of the Yakuza games, we have different fighting styles. Or some of the Yakuza games. We have different fighting styles. We can fight in this game with our bare fists, which we basically only do for 2 times. We have a fighting style with our sword, which we're going to use all the time. And we have a fighting style with our pistol only, in which we only shoot the guys. And we have a fighting style with sword and pistol, which we sadly won't use in this run because it's a bit too slow for a speedrun. But it's like the most amazing fighting style in all of the Yakuza games. You get to see why, because we have to do a tutorial of this fighting style. Which is coming soon-ish. So this is the dojo we just entered of our brother Takeshi, and So he talks with us about the idea to storm the castle and raid it and to bring the king to the decision to get rid of the class system. And we also talk about, you know, the past, that the huge scar he has on his back is because of a fire of the where they once lived. The building burned down. Not the burning, build it down. Yeah, the building burned down, and he had this huge scar since then. And yeah, I think also their parents died in this accident. I'm not 100% sure, but that's Takeshi, our brother. And he gives us a pistol. Also, he makes us the head member of his dojo, which not everybody likes. Because, you know, it's the first day we are back in Tosa and we go into the dojo, and this chief in the dojo just says, well, he's the new head member right now while just being a minute in this building. And most of the people don't like it. If you ask me, I totally can understand that they don't like us because of that. And we'll meet one of our rivalries pretty soon because of that. That we just got, you know, promoted to a head member without being a normal member and stuff like that. So we'll leave the dojo again to get a drink, and then we get introduced to the basically most amazing fighting style. So those people, please keep in mind that Kiryu never kills a person, basically. So he's not really shooting like lethal bullets or stuff like that.
He's a very good shot. He tends to wound only.
Yeah, exactly. So that was the pistol only style. Now we fight with pistol and sword, which is an amazingly fun fighting style. Because he has the moves, he dances around with the sword and swings the sword everywhere, and then sometimes he also shoots some people during this time. It's fun, but like I said, basically, sadly not very useful for this run. So yeah, we beat those people up right now. We got another level up, nice. And then we get to meet our rival, which. Nah, I remember his name. It's cool. But I still most likely will, by the way, if I talk about any of the characters, I most likely talk about them or call them by their usual names in the Yakuza games, like Kiryu and Majima and stuff like that. So here we meet our rival. Of course, it's Nishiki. But in this game he's called Izo Goda. He also likes to block a lot sometimes in the fighting, so that's also a reason why I sometimes call him Sir Block a lot. Because he does that a lot. So luckily for us we have a move to break their guard, so we can still keep attacking them even if they guard themselves with the sword. It comes in handy. And that should be it. Nice. So right now we talk again with our brother, But first we of course treating them like, if you don't like me and stuff like that, and you wanna fight me and stuff like that, then go and tell your friends and I'm gonna kill them all. Something like that. So, Kiryu is not that much of a nice guy in this game. And then we talk with our brother and that we're going to the castle, which we plan to raid the next day, but we wanna enter it right now to like for informations and stuff like that. And since most NPCs, if we have to wait for somebody, they do like a little Sunday morning walk, and we have some time for anything that Tim wants to say.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Well, yes, you are watching SpeedCon 2021, raising money for Save the Children. Be aware that all your donations go towards that fantastic cause, so every little you can donate helps. Now, what I would like to mention is we do have some upcoming incentives and bid wars, and the most sort of relevant one is for the run after this, which is going to be the Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword Randomizer. And we've currently got $40 out of the $75 needed for the entrance randomizer, which would add a little more spice and randomness to the run for Flowheart to enjoy or hate his stay. So if we want to make Flowheart's life even more interesting than usual, please see if we can get that $35 in. We've got a little bit of time, we've got the whole duration of this run, but it would be absolutely fantastic to get that in. So thank you very much indeed.
Absolutely. So he finally made it. And then we're at the castle. So in this castle a few things happened. We meet up with our father figure. So like the two brothers and the father figure of them. And we want to talk about our plans, and then suddenly our father figure got assassinated. And he's dead. And our brother, he got killed by a masked ninja, by the way. Our brother Takeshi is running after him, and we stay with our like dead father figure or dying father figure, and so the people accuse us for murdering our father figure. So that's why we have to slash and fight our way out of this building. Also, we're starting in this part to collect medicine items, healing items, stuff like that, because we won't buy any of those during the run. We only collect them, since we can find them and stuff like that. So, we won't spend any money for medicine and stuff like that. So we can basically ignore most of the enemies right there. This guy, as you can see, has a violet health bar, which is basically his armor, which we had to beat down before we actually can hurt him. So it's basically another health bar, which is just harder to bring down. Luckily, all the other guys are too stupid to hit us with their sword, so we don't have any problems there. And if everything goes correctly, I'm going to intentionally miss the quick time event by pressing the wrong button, hopefully. Nice. Because it's much faster to miss this. It looks extremely painful, but we basically lost, like, I don't know, 5% of our HP, so nothing problematic. I do this intentionally, like I said, because normally we would see a little cutscene in which he's hanging down from the roof, from the ceiling, with his sword and stuff like that, so... It saves like 1 or 2 seconds, not that much. And to be honest, I like to see how he's crushing down on the table when he's coming down. Well, somewhat. So as you also can see, we collect a lot of level ups, which are those orbs. Let's call them level orbs. We have them in different colors. Actually in 5 different colors. We have them in green, we have them in blue, we have them in red, in yellow, and in gray. And each one of those is, yeah, let's say specific to something. Like the blue level orbs we gain by using the sword fighting style, and which, as you can see, well, this one, we gain, yeah, by just fighting with it. Then there's the yellow one for the pistol only fighting style, then there's the red one for the fist fighting style, and there's one for the sword and pistol fighting style, which is the green one. And but we won't gain any of the, well, we will gain like 2 or 3 of the red and the yellow one maybe. But that's basically it. We most likely will gain the blue ones and the gray ones. The gray ones are just normal level ups, while the blue ones, like I said, are for the sword. So by using the sword fighting style, we will gain blue orbs, and with those we can actually level up our skill tree for the sword fighting style. The interesting mechanic behind all of this is that we can use the gray orbs everywhere we want, in every skill tree, but the colored ones only in their specific skill tree. Like the sword one, the blue orbs, we only can use in the blue skill tree, in the sword skill tree, of course. But funny thing is that we'll also be able to switch the gray orbs. Let's say we spend a gray orb in the sword fighting style skill tree. We later can swap the gray orb for a blue one and use the gray orb somewhere else. We're not doing this in the speedrun, but I think it's a nice mechanic and it's worth to talk about it. So we're coming up to the first boss. So it's time to level up for the first time. And we have like 12 level ups. That's nice.
I love this level up system. It's so cool.
It's something unique in the Yakuza series, I would say. Of course, you have the orbs and stuff like that in Yakuza Kiwami, and the money system in Yakuza 0 and stuff like that, but it's something special that you can earn different types of level ups, like the usual and the fighting style, and that you can use them together and swap some of those and stuff like that. It's interesting. Also, you can basically let a limit break and go totally overpowered and just leveling up everything again, and it gets stacked, all of this, and then it's no fun anymore for all the enemies we're fighting. So that's a guy we fight, but before that was painful. We want to get the medicine. We'll need it later in this game, much later basically. So that's, by the way, the, let's call him Hitman, who killed our father figure. And he doesn't like to play right now. Look how much he's blocking. That's not nice. Also, we can't, spoiler alert, we can't beat this guy. Can you please stop blocking? It's getting annoying right now. It was fun for the first 10 seconds, but right now it's no fun anymore.
Very inconsiderate of him.
Also, in the background you can see sitting our brother Takeshi on the ground. He also gets attacked by the Hitman. And I think the cutscene and quick time event should start very soonish. Come on. Yeah, there it is. And this also marks the end of this fight. So he's running away right now. And we look after our brother. And well, he's wounded, as you can see. Then we get out of the castle because, you know, they still think that we killed our father figure. So it's time to leave. And while these two are leaving, Sakamoto, also known as Kiryu, comes to the decision to leave Tosa and to look and search for the hitman, for the masked guy who killed our father figure. And that's the time in which we do a time jump of like a year. And get into chapter 2. And chapter 2 starts in Kyoto, is the town we are in right now. And the game mostly plays in Kyoto, by the way.
I love the environments. They look so, they're so different, but they're so well done. They're just excellent.
Yeah, they really are. They're good. You can see there was a lot of thought about all of this when they made the game. So yeah, we are in Kyoto right now. Still looking for the masked man who killed our father figure a year later. And we actually have a hint, which is a very specific sword art the masked guy actually used when he fought against us. And it's called... I forgot it. It's a very complicated name, actually. And this specific sword arts, there was a dojo once in Edo, but they moved to Kyoto. And that's the hint we got and why we're actually in Kyoto. We are looking for that one dojo who teaches this specific sword art. And yeah, so we found out that this is the wrong dojo, that they don't teach it. And then Kiryu said something, well, you're all losers and you can't, you're just so bad in sword fighting, you can't be the guy I'm looking for. And then they get a little angry about Kiryu because he just insulted them. So we have to beat them up, even though we weren't that nice to them. But like I said, Kiryu isn't that perfect nice person like we know. And also, if you already have seen before the boss fight we had, leveling up can take a little while, so that's also why we won't do it that much. There's also one thing I want to talk about, which is random encounters in this game. Random encounters in this game, there can be good and they can be bad. Let me explain it. So we basically would want as much random encounters as we could get in the first half of the game, so we get level up very fast in the sword fighting style to get the ultimate skill at the end, which lets us eliminate 3 people at once. But the risk with that is that we don't know how many random encounters we can get in the second half of the game. So we basically could save some time, but there's also the risk to lose some time. And it's mostly very spontaneous decision by me if I do all of those random encounters, if I see them or if I run away from them. So we'll see how it's going. The one guy, by the way, We met in the dojo after we beat those people up. It's called the Crow. He's an information broker. And he doesn't have any clues. So he wasn't that useful so far.
I was gonna say.
So we saved the Shinto priest. He's not going to be important to the game. But he introduces us to the karma system. Karma, dharma, something like that. Which is something like the completion list in this game. Something like that. Because we can get some bonus for that. You know, basic stuff like beating up enough people in this fighting style and eating every restaurant and stuff like that. If you play the Yakuza game, you know what I'm talking about. And we earn our points by running around, doing 1 or 2 side missions. Not more. Could you please get up faster? And yeah, by beating up people and running around and stuff like that. And with those points we gain, we will level up our stamina, because right now we can't sprint that much. And that's the wrong direction. Was a little bit too early right now with my thoughts. And I'm out of stamina. So there's 2 more people we have to beat up, and then starts the most annoying part of this run, which is playing hide and seek while running away. And we don't have that much stamina, if you have seen. So if everything goes hopefully as planned, it won't take much time, but if it completely escalates and goes completely, well, in the wrong direction, we're going to have a huge problem. Because then everything goes out of hand. And we don't want that to happen. Because it actually can kill like 1 or 2 minutes in the worst case. And but it also can be finished if everything goes perfectly right in like 10 to 20 seconds. And of course the 10 to 20 seconds sounds much more pleasing than the 1 to 2 minutes.
Agreed.
So those blue guys are called Shinsengumi. They're like somewhat of, well, not the police. Maybe more like FBI or CIA or don't know, or military. They're more like the military force, let's say it like that. They're the samurai, and they act in the name of the king, something like that. No, let's just hope everything goes well. Yeah, looks fine. We did it. So right now just the waiting game begins. And yeah. You have to wait for this guy who's going in our direction right now till he passed. So he passed us. So we can leave this hiding place. I'm just looking at the mini-map on the lower left right now. That's perfect time for us. And we made it! Yay! So right now we meet, I forgot his name. Let's just call him, I don't know, Chuna Kiyama. I think that's a nice name for him. And he's interested in us. He wants to know why we're looking for the specific sword arts. And that we should work together. Which Kiryu is not very much amused about. And to prove that he could be useful for us and that we should work together, he gives us the information that we should visit the bathhouse at night. Because there's someone sitting in there who you can get information from. It's basically the florist from the other Yakuza games, if you know him. And yeah, he tells us about that, which is actually very useful for us. A very, very useful hint. So let's get to the inn in which we are staying and wait till nighttime. And then we get to one of the more interesting parts of this run, basically, which is two naked men fighting in the bathhouse.
This bit is just amazing.
And yeah, if anybody's asking, it's switched. It's safe for Twitch, so don't worry about it. It has a perfect censorship in this game, so we won't see anything which we don't want to see.
Good, good.
I already can hear that Tim is hyped about it.
I know it's such a. I saw this. I was lucky enough to be a host for this run again recently. It was the first time I'd seen the game, and to do this a second time, and this scene was the one that really stood out for me. So I'll let Velare explain about it.
Alright, so let's get into the bathhouse. Well, we're already inside, but, you know, ready to bath. Take a bath in it. It actually looks very relaxing and stuff like that, so I basically wouldn't mind to be the person right now sitting in this bath, so, you know, just leaning back and close the eyes and fall asleep and then hopefully not drowning.
Yeah, that would kind of interrupt the.
So yeah, we tell the florist about the information that we want to have, and he tells us about that the Shinsengumi, all of the captains actually. All 9 of them, I guess, if I remember it correctly, use this specific sword eyes which we're looking for. And then there's Ryuji, who is actually not amused, and he has a very bad day. So we have to do a naked fight against him right now, because that's what people do. And as you can see, the Steam cloud, not the Steam cloud in which all your save data goes while playing on Steam. But the Steam clouds, they perfectly censor everything in which we could get in trouble with Twitch for.
Yeah. I mean, as you can see, when Velare mentions 2 naked men in the bathhouse, it's literally 2 naked men in a bathhouse.
It absolutely is, I'm not lying. And now we get to see how Kiryu forcefully grabs the other man's butt. So this fight actually goes surprisingly well. He didn't even grab us once. If he grabs us, he immediately throws us, and it can cause a lot of time if he does it multiple times. So we get actually very lucky. So we fought each other in the bathhouse naked. And what do we do if we fought with the other naked men in the bathhouse? Of course, we invite them to a drink. And visit the geisha district, which is more likely the red light district.
Brilliant.
And drinking some sake together. And you know, trading some informations. Well, basically, we don't, but he tells us that he doesn't like the Shinsengumi, and we tell them, or tell him that we actually look for someone in the Shinsengumi who uses a specific sword art, and we want to know how's the best way, or what's the best way to get close to the Shinsengumi. And Ryuichi basically tells us, well, either you infiltrate them, which is very risky if you sneak around in there and stuff like that, or you join one of them, or you join them. And since then, Kiryu is a bit obsessed by joining the Shinsengumi. And we also learned that Ryuichi Goda is a captain of a different organization, which, you know, we have the Shinsengumi here, and then there's other, let's call them, I don't know how to call them, samurai. Let's call him samurai. There's also other samurai, and he's in the basically other faction in them. I totally forgot the name. I'm sorry about it, but there's so many different names in this game, and this game is in Japanese, and yeah. So remember, please, that we made a time jump of 1 year. So we basically forgot who's under this straw hat. Since we only fought him once. Of course we know it's Nishiki. And yeah, he tells us that he wanna see us. In the very well named and comfortable well named, so because you feel like home if you go there. As it's also called Street of Bones, which basically sounds like a vacation a place to take a vacation in, something like that. But we have to get there first, and the only way to get in there right now is with a boat. Luckily there's a boatsman right there who can bring us there, and he tells us about the history of the Street of Boats, which is basically, there was once a monk and he helped people, and when he died and stuff like that, it's more godlike than for like thieves and stuff like that, so a place for them. Like, it's basically the slums of Kyoto right now in this game, and since we can't skip the scene, we can listen to Tim's voice.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. Well, you are watching SpeedCon 2021, benefiting Save the Children. Would like to maybe mention a couple of things here about what they do. Every day, 15,000 children die before their 5th birthday, most from preventable causes. Save the Children does whatever it takes to ensure all children survive, learn, and are protected through 3 global goals by 2030. No child should die from preventable causes. All children should have access to a quality basic education, and no child should be a victim of violence. So all of your donations are going towards their incredibly important work. Also remember that we do have some incentives for you. We do have the next one coming up is for the next run. It's the entrance randomizer for the Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword randomizer run. If you'd like to add a little more spice and randomness to the run for Floha to enjoy or hate his stay, we need $75 for that, and we currently have $40. So only $35 needed to randomize the entrances for the Skyward Sword run. So please, if you could get your donations in, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
そろそろ見えてきましたで。手間かけさせたな。
Alright, we arrived where we wanted to arrive. Also, everybody, please remember, stay hydrated and stuff like that. It's a life advice. It's a life hack. I came up by myself that drinking is important. As much as actually breathing, by the way. So another life hack, stay breathing. It's important. Alright, we arrived at our destination and we meet up with Nishiki, or like Isogoda. And he explains us he still doesn't like us and stuff like that, and he wants to fight us, and we ask him why he's actually here, and then he tells us that our brother Takeshi is also here. And but he again wants to fight us first. And this fight is starting interestingly because there's this one guy standing behind us. Behind us on our right side. When the fight starts, he actually faces the window. And I don't know why. Maybe he doesn't like the window, or there's someone hiding behind the window which he just saw, or stuff like that. I don't know. It's weird. What are you doing, Kiryu? You're just fight against the other ones. So as much as fun the fighting in this game actually can be, which is a lot of fun, sometimes I basically just start a game to do some fightings, some fights, you know, running around, activating or having some random encounters to fight against. It's a lot of fun, but sometimes the fighting actually can be extremely annoying because Kiryu moves so slow sometimes, just like right now. Finally. Totally forgot about that. That you, of course, spawn with your, or yeah, continue to fight just with your fists, not with your bronze sword, because I switched the fighting style to get those bins to hit him with previously in this fight. So yeah, he tells us right now that our brother also is here in Kyoto, and that we can meet him. And he still doesn't like us. Well, not our brother, he still likes us, but you know, Nishiki doesn't like him. And with that, we're actually finishing this chapter. So, if you ask me what's happening right now, what they're talking about, I once knew it, but I already also forgot it, sadly. But what I remember is that we're telling him that we're still looking for the killer of our father figure, and that we're going to join that our plan is to join the Shinsengumi. That we want to join them and just to find the killer. And yeah, but our brother doesn't like the idea, so we shout at each other and stuff like that. You know what brothers do. And then then basically the game really starts, which sounds a bit weird, but chapter 3 is the chapter in which actually opens the game world to us, basically. So it's the part right now which we basically could start do all the side missions, or some of the side missions which get available, and do some mini games and stuff like that. So the real game basically starts right now. And our goal is to visit the Shinsengumi right now, their HQ, the dojo they have, to join them. But before we do that, we will make a quick stop at the blacksmith, since it's basically somewhat like an RPG, this game. We have our sword, we have our weapons and stuff like that, but also we can get some resources, like, you know, iron ore and stuff like that. And with all of these things, we can make and create our own sword. And right now, our sword we have, it's actually pretty good for the speedrun, not gonna lie. It's very good, since it does 90 damage currently. And when we visit the blacksmith, we're going to do like 120 damage, which is the highest damage output we can actually have without getting a new sword, which we have to level up and gain resources for, so we can level up much more. So it really is the strongest sword right now we can have, which for the speedrun comes quite in handy. And of course it's a Yakuza game, so even though we're going to level up our sword, make it stronger, so we do 120 damage except for 90, we have to play a minigame for that. It's not a part of the minigame showcase, don't worry. We don't see this again. But yeah, this blacksmith thing is actually very interesting, because you also can combine swords together later to make stronger swords out of it and stuff like that. It's very deep. And also very grind heavy. You have to do a lot of grinding to get all the resources you're actually going to need. So we buy 15 of those 2 different colored powder stuff before we're going to level up our sword. And then we have to play a minigame. You see we have bronze colored orbs or discs or whatever, and we have silver ones and we have a golden one. Despite what we get, what we get actually decides how many more damage we do with our sword. Like, if we hit the golden one, we add 5 more damage to our sword. If we hit the silver one, we just do 3 more damage to our sword. And if we get the bronze one, we add like 1 more damage to our sword. Basically something like that. So yeah, our sword right now does like 120 damage. We leveled it up. If we want to continue to level it up, we need some specific hammers, which is extremely rare to drop by enemies, so we can level up our swords. So we're not even going for that, even if we would be that fortunate to get one of those hammers, since the other resources we need to level up our sword we won't get during this run for sure. So yeah, like I previously said, our goal is to go to the Shinsengumi, which is in this beautiful forest. I really like this place. It looks so relaxing. And with all of the golden leaves from the trees and stuff like that. It's a very, very beautiful game still. If you think or remember, or yeah, think about that, this actually was a launch title for the PS4 in Japan back in the day. And it still looks very, very nice. And if you're also asking me, has one of the best atmosphere in every Yakuza game. Because the lightning at evening or night time and stuff like that, it looks so beautiful.
It is absolutely amazing. I mean, we were saying earlier on about the environments here, and it is fantastic. Very, very impressive.
Yeah. Which makes it just even more sad that this game hasn't been released in the West yet. Maybe we might get it sooner or later. There once was an interview with actually a German gaming magazine, which is called Rocket Beans TV. They had an interview with the localization team of the Yakuza games, and they said that they actually want to localize Yakuza Ishin for the Western audience. And they just didn't have the time yet, and not just they want to do it. Damn, so they're not the only ones who want to do it, because Sega wants them to do it too. But like I said, or like they said, they hadn't found the time yet. So maybe we will get it at least as a digital version, which would be fine enough for me, since this game, gameplay-wise and atmosphere and soundtrack and all of it, everything's outstanding, and for me is still the best Yakuza game they ever made. Even if it's not part of the main series, but close to it.
I think with the the popularity of the series now, and the way Yakuza Like a Dragon obviously has done, and just the series sort of profile, I think it would be a fantastic move to bring this game. I know it's a bit older now, but I still think it would be fantastic to localize this game.
Absolutely. Maybe even in a little remaster would be nice enough, just to make maybe the textures a little bit better. But I wouldn't mind if they just keep it like it is, and just with the translated text. I'm not the one person who needs like an English dub of this game, English voiceover. But just English texts, I think they would be enough for this game. So we just got a member of the Shinsengumi, and we have been told that the chief of the Shinsengumi wants to see us. And he's currently in the Geisha district, the red light district basically, waiting for us to meet up. And what's going to happen in there is we meet with the chief, and he wants to, we have to prove that we are made for the Shinsengumi, that we have what it takes. So he's going to test us. And by testing us, we have to do a fight against the third captain of the Shinsengumi, who also, as we will find out, is a traitor of the Shinsengumi. And the chief basically tells us we have to kill him if we want to join, something like that. And he tells the third captain that if he wants to get a second chance, he has to kill us. But spoiler, he won't succeed in this, because we will win.
Just as well.
Yeah. And with that, we will immediately promote it to the third captain of the third unit for the Shinsengumi. So, as you can see, we have a very we get promoted a lot very fast. If it only would be like this in real life. Like, you arrive at your new job and the boss looks at you and says, "Do you want to have a promotion?" It doesn't matter what you say, but you got one. You're like right now the boss of like all of those people and have 25% more of the money you get. That would be like amazing, but yeah, not gonna happen, I guess. So yeah, here's the chief of the Shinsengumi. I forgot his name, I'm so sorry. But it was basically like that when I first played the Yakuza games. The moment I finally remembered all of those names, it took a little while. And with that, if I remember it correctly, it also ends the 3rd chapter. And this is, by the way, the captain of the 3rd unit of the Shinsengumi. It's not the 3rd captain, it's the captain of the 3rd unit, I'm sorry. And he also, like, because he is a captain of the Shinsengumi, he also uses the specific sword arts. I think it was called like Tenshin Shimaru or something like that. I'm not sure, and that's why I'm not saying it again. It has a very weird name. So this is basically a fight of life and death. Basically. Not really, but basically. So he also likes to block a lot of our attacks most of the time. He also has one attack which can get extremely annoying, so let's hope he doesn't do it. In this attack he has, he grabs us and hits us a few times, and it costs a few seconds because of the attack he does, and then we fall to the ground until we get back up again. Yeah, there it is. That's the one I was talking about. Can you please stop blocking?
I stuck for. That's it.
So much blocking today. Ah, come on. Let's hope the upcoming boss fights won't be that much annoying. So yeah, chapter 4. The Coalition. So there's been right now this urgent meeting of the Shinsengumi, and we get introduced to all the other captains, and the other captains gets introduced to us, and yeah, who would have guessed that some of them don't like us because of our rapid promotion we got. So yeah. Also we get our first mission. Which, if I remember it correctly, they don't even tell us right now. But yeah, there's also a lot of characters we get introduced to right now, and we also see a few familiar faces, like, of course, Taiga Sejima, which we have fought previously. Majima's coming very soon. There he is. No. Speaking of the devil. And we also have seen Kashiwagi, and yeah. There's a lot of familiar faces in here. And the empty seat is actually for the president of the Shinsengumi. We will meet him later. But not yet. What we also already know, since we fought against Taiga Saitama already, one of the captains of the Shinsengumi, that he's not the assassin. He's not the one who killed our father figure. So we also can, or we already can, like, yeah, remove him from our list. There's, by the way, our uniform. I hope you didn't hear that. If so, it was my smartphone. I'm sorry. But people don't have manners. They don't know that I'm right here doing an important speedrun. Sorry, please. Smartphone, stop it. I don't have time for this.
Do you have time for a quick word about the charity?
Always.
Okay, thank you very much. Remember, folks, you are watching SpeedCon 2021, raising funds for Save the Children. And Save the Children has worked worldwide for over 100 years and in 120 countries to give children a future. In that time, impacting the lives of over 1 billion children. In 2019 alone, they reached 144 million children through their comprehensive programming and emergency response. So please, every donation you can give, for example, $1 can provide 4 children with treatment against pneumonia, which is a life-threatening illness, and $10 can provide high-nutrient peanut paste to a malnourished child for 10 days. So every single dollar is important. So please, please, if you could get your donations in. Remember, we are still looking for $35 towards the next incentive, which is going to be the entrance randomizer for Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. Thank you very much.
So right now we have to go back to the inn. But what happens when we get there, or when we're on our way there, we meet the Shinto priest again. And there we get introduced to the Another Life minigame, which is basically a Harvest Moon in Yakuza. Because we will get the farm right now, in which we can grow vegetables. And we can upgrade the farm when we do a lot of the stuff to have a bigger garden and grow more vegetables and stuff like that, or even unlock a few new vegetables like tomatoes. Do you like tomatoes?
I'm sure we can find some interesting vegetables here. I do have to say the idea of the Harvest Moon meets Yakuza is quite amusing.
The Shinto priest even gives us the armor, which we are wearing during this this run. It's the only armor we have. Because right now we don't have any. And with Harvest Moon minigame, I of course mean the older Harvest Moon games, not the newer ones. Don't play the newer ones. They're just not good. There are a lot of talking, which we're just skipping. By the way, by just holding the R1 and circle button on the gamepad, we can skip most of the dialogues like that. So I don't have to button mash the circle button on the controller, which would be extremely exhausting. So before we forget it, because sometimes I'll do, we level up first. I also forgot to level up this one. And start to wear our armor, of course. Don't want to miss that. And then we have to take a look on all of these important things on our little farm. Like this little shrine we have here, and gardening tools we have here. And then the cooking station and yeah, stuff like that. And that's basically the last time we ever, the first and more likely last time we ever entered this farm. Since there will be one time in which we have to get to the farm at the end game. For timing purposes. Like doing a time skip in this. But we just will shortly, like, yeah, the farm's still standing and going away again. And we got a lot of karma. Or dharma points. I call them karma points. Which we're going to need to level up our stamina. So we can run longer. I also just saw that I wasted one level up. Oh my god. Reset the whole run!
Oh no!
I like... Yeah, totally failed in skilling. Like I did in real life. Spent everything in video game. And yeah, now I'm sitting here and doing Yakuza speedruns. So we joined the Shinsengumi and this girl just doesn't like the idea that we joined the Shinsengumi. So we beat those people up very quickly. Of course we do it the fun way. Ouch. By throwing him into the river. It's a bit faster. And then for the very first time in this game we're going to use a taxi. So fast travel. It's fine that we talk to the lady. So we joined the Shinsengumi, and this one girl doesn't like that we joined the Shinsengumi because she thinks that we are like a cold-blooded, cold-hearted killer, something like that, and we just straight up lie to her and say no, we're not, and everything's fine again.
Of course not.
I mean, if somebody asks you if you're a killer, of course you say no. By the way, she also has a crush on us. Even though we are way too old for her. But okay. So yeah, we're done with flying, so let's continue the run. And let's get back to the inn. And then we get told that somebody wants to see us, that he left a message, and that this person is waiting for us in the temple, which we are going to visit very soon. So for those who just tuned in, or maybe have just tuned in, and asking themselves, well, this looks like Yakuza characters, and it's all in Japanese. It is because it is a Yakuza game. Just different time, and well, with the Yakuza characters we all know and love, but with different names. And it's only in Japanese because this game never had been released in the West, so if you want to play it as soon as possible, you actually have to import the game from like, yeah, Japanese online store or eBay or stuff like that. Or you have to make yourself a Japanese PSN account and get some yeah, like pay cards for the PlayStation Network, the Japanese one, because the Japanese PlayStation Store won't accept PayPal. I'm not sure if it's the same with credit card, if you're not from Japan. But yeah, that's the current way to be able to play this game. come on, this one step you still could have made. So yeah, we're running right now to the temple. Meeting up with this one mysterious person who wants to see us. And I also forgot his name in this game, so let's call him, don't know. Let's say Date. And he's a policeman, or well, he was a policeman in Tosa. And he is also looking for the person who killed our father figure, and he actually knows, well, we can't be the killer because we wouldn't get anything out of it if we would kill our own father figure, which would be absolutely stupid because, like I said, we wouldn't get anything from it. So yeah, he's like, you're not the killer, you can't be it. And by telling us all of that stuff, he also tells us that our brother Takeshi traveled back to Tosa. So he's also no longer in Kyoto. And then the, let's say, henchman of our brother arrived. Something like that. Well, you know the people he trained in this one dojo, it's basically those people. They have a name like Tosa something. I don't know what the correct name of them is. It's actually not that complicated. It's actually not that much of a complicated name. It's a very short one. Let's call him Tosa Yoshi, something like that. So right now we have to fight our way through the temple. And normally this would be also a place in which I level up, but since we already did that while unlocking this Harvest Moon minigame thing, there's no need for us to level up right now. It wouldn't help out that much. I also think we didn't have at any level ups instead. If we take some cover here, or we get shot. It doesn't deal that much damage, but it will slow us down, like right now. So also one thing you can see all the time in this game is that our companions won't do any great amount of damage to our enemies. It's like they're attacking them with, I don't know, those swords people use in theaters. Or plastic swords, stuff like that. How high can we get the combo? Right now. Nah, 30. Not bad. And in comes the big guy. So, by the way, if anyone's interested in the speedrun of this game, like, not exactly just about running or stuff like that, but just interested in looking at this run, like how it's going and stuff like that, there's actually a guide I made for Yakuza Ishin, a German and an English one. And you can check it out by just visiting the leaderboard of Yakuza Ishin on speedrun.com. It's called Yakuza Ishin on there. There's 2 people on the leaderboard, by the way. And there you can see like all the things that I brought down for this run. The guide, which I'm also currently reading because it's a very long run and don't find this much time to do a run of this game because it's a 5-hour long run and you just have to find those 5 hours to do a run. So yeah.
Yeah, I imagine that's really difficult when you've got a run like this. You obviously, if you need to practice, it's actually finding the time to be able to sit down and actually do a complete run.
Yeah, I did it once when we started to routing this game, stuff like that. Well, me and I think his name is Kyoto, who was running with me this game. The first week we practiced it and routing it and stuff like that. I basically spent like every morning, like in 7 days every morning to do this run and stuff like that. And yeah, that was like basically right now the only time I had for this run, and also because it's a long run, the only motivation, because yeah, you need to want to do a long run like this. And if you're sitting there and, well, it's a very long run and you're going to sit there for like 5 hours, and it's a lot of time. It can be the whole morning, in which you also could do some other more important stuff.
Agreed.
Yeah, which is also the case why I'm not running this game that much anymore, because it's a long time, a long run. So even more respect to those who do like 8-hour runs.
I mean,
which I never could do.
Yeah, I would never be able to do that. I mean, my longest speed run is just over an hour at the moment. I could never do anything like that.
So back at the Shinsengumi HQ, we play the waiting game again because we get shown around in here. So if there's anything left to say or something like that, feel free to do it.
Okay, yes. Well, I would like to remind everybody you're watching SpeedCon 2021, raising money for Save the Children. Absolutely fantastic cause. They are very, very important. Remember that Save the Children has worked worldwide for over 100 years and in 120 countries to give children a future. In that time, impacting the lives of over 1 billion children. In 2019 alone, they reached 144 million children through their comprehensive programming and emergency response. They work in 120 different countries throughout the globe, and as little as $1 can provide 4 children with treatment against pneumonia, a life-threatening illness. $25 can help train a trafficking survivor to be a peer educator for vulnerable girls. And $50 can supply a home water filter to children spend their days in school, not spending them walking several miles fetching water. Remember, all your donations do go towards Save the Children. We're still needing $35 for our next incentive, which is the entrance randomizer for Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. So please, if you can, please donate. Thank you very much indeed.
So yeah, waiting. Do you like waiting?
Sometimes, but I think it depends on the circumstances. But this game, it is worth all the waiting is worth the wait. I would definitely say that.
True.
Question for you: when did this game come out in Japan? What year?
2014.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So like a remastered version, or like if it was to get a Western release, that would be absolutely fantastic.
Yep. So, introducing to you also a minigame which I won't show you during the minigame showcase, because we're seeing it right now, is this interesting thing, which is yeah.
Ah,
it's basically a game of its own.
Yakuza the trading card game.
No, not exactly. Because this is like, yeah, I'm not sure how I should put it. It's like a farming mini game, let's call it like that, because it's mainly there to farm level ups and resources for your weapons and stuff like that, to level everything up. And this isn't fun at all for the speedrun, because okay, it immediately activated the damage boost. The damage boost gets activated automatically, and we have to fought through this dungeon right now. And yeah, like I said, it's mainly there to farm resources, to make stronger weapons or level them up. And the funny thing about this minigame is actually that you were able, if you had Yakuza Ishin in Japan and had a PS or PlayStation Vita, you could play this minigame, this dungeon type like game, on the PlayStation Vita while, I don't know, you're traveling and you're not at home playing it on the Vita. You could play this thing and farm all the resources you basically need. And when you get back home and started Yakuza Ishin on your PlayStation 4, all the resources you farmed in this game on the PlayStation Vita, yeah, you had those in your inventory. Pretty nice idea actually, if you ask me, but sadly the service isn't available anymore to do this. Which also leads me to the friendly reminder that if you didn't know and you still have a PlayStation 3 or a PlayStation Portable or even a PlayStation Vita, that the PlayStation Store of those three things, like PlayStation 3, Vita and Portable, gets shut down very soon. So if you want to get any game on the PlayStation Store there, act quickly.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, if you want to play Yakuza with zombies, which actually is a thing, with like totally crazy and escalating Resident Evil stuff when it's happening in there, which is called Yakuza Dead Souls, and you want to have it as a downloaded version on your PlayStation 3, by the way, or as example, now's the chance to still get it before the service. I think it's in 2 months, maybe. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, those doors will shut down very soon. Could you please die? Thank you. Oh, it's by the way always the left door to get to the boss of this dungeon in the end. So this is sadly a thing we have to do in the speedrun. There's no way to skip it. Even though I tried a lot to find a way to do so, but it's not possible sadly. Please stop blocking. And that's it with this minigame. Oh well, yeah, it's basically a game on its own. It's not worth to call it a minigame, I guess. Yeah, I was too fast. So right now our cards get level up, and also right now if we have a random encounter, it can happen that some of those guys we beat up actually want to join us. But well, we don't care. Since it's a speedrun and we don't need them, we don't care. And it's time to get back home again. And again, look at this beautiful lightning and atmosphere. It looks amazing. So we head back to the inn, or we want to head back to the inn. By the way, a neat little detail. You see those guys in front of us? Those with the thing carrying, the taxi guys, how I call them. Every time when they're not available, you see them running around. So you know that they are not available, which is... I like these little details. So you know that, well, they seem like to carry someone other, a different person around, so of course you can't use it. So this guy sitting here is also a member of the Shinsengumi. He's like undercover. And then we have to get to the Geisha district, the red light district. And the fastest way is using a taxi. The random encounter is okay. Just throwing them in the river. Getting rid of them fast. So by the way, before I forgot it again, and yeah, there's someone who wants to join us, I just said it previously, but We don't need them. When we're fighting, we have this bar on the upper left, which is our health bar. And then we have this round thing which got set in blue flames, something like that. Which is basically our, you know it from different Yakuza games if you played any of them, the heat bar. So it's basically like that. This one. Almost forgot which place which was. Which option takes me which place. Running to the left right there, or we activate a sub-story, which we don't want to do. Because it takes a lot of time. It gives us tons of money, but we still want to do it. Since we also don't need the money. And when we back then routed the game and looked for stronger swords, I also considered or thought about doing this one sub-story where you get a lot of money. But yeah, all the weapons you can buy right now or even later in the game, all the weapons you can buy even in the weapon store or on the black market, none of those swords are better than the one sword you get right at the beginning of the game, which we've leveled up. Which is interesting. That you actually started with like a very strong sword if you think about it. Because the only other swords you can get which are stronger than the one you have right now, you have to level up different swords you previously bought somewhere, and then you have to level them up, and then you have to get another sword which you have to level up, and then you can like combine them together to a new sword, which then will be stronger. And it's so much stuff to do for that, and all the resources you need, etc. It's just not worth our time in this speedrun. And yeah, just a friendly reminder, even though we step them in their, well, important organs, we just don't kill them. They're fine. But, by the way, still don't try this at home if you see this. Like, they're fine, they're walking around, even they got brutally stabbed. Don't do this.
Definitely not good for the health.
Absolutely. And you don't want to explain to doctors like, hey, I've seen this Yakuza game and they seem fine after getting stabbed, so I want to do it too. I gotta say, I'm right now seeing almost nothing on my TV because the sun is very bright right now and everything's reflecting on it. Alright, what's happening next is, if I remember correctly, we are meeting an old familiar face again, which we have to fight against. But first we have to get to this place. Taxi isn't available for this one, we have to run. But it's very easy to understand or to see where we have to go. By the way, if you think about getting this game and playing it, there's if you Google for an English guide of Yakuza Ishin, you will find a pretty good one actually, in which I've played this game with. At some parts, I most likely just run around clueless and hoping something happened. But since the game always tells you where you have to go and stuff like that, it's also playable without knowing what's actually happening and reading the story afterwards.
That's how I play games in general, just run around completely clueless.
Yeah, and it works. It's like in the good old times when you play the game on the Sega or the Nintendo and stuff like that, you just, or the PlayStation 1 or something, you just put the game in and you don't even care about the manual. Or you only get your hands on the manual if, well, you died all the time or you didn't know what to do.
Manual? What's that? I don't think I've ever seen one of those.
Yeah. Good old times. But sometimes those manuals were pretty nice. With some informations about the story and background informations about some characters and stuff like that.
Some of the sort of older games really had fantastic manuals. I remember seeing the original Legend of Zelda manual, a scan of it, and it was fantastic for the age of the game. I mean, the manual really... I mean, that's the sort of game you need a manual, but it was very, very good.
I miss those sometimes.
Yeah, you don't get them these days, really, do you? I mean, unfortunately, it's all electronic. I mean, I was discussing it with somebody the other day. We were talking about game manuals, and I said I had an original World of Warcraft game manual that was like War and Peace. It was huge.
Yeah, only very few still do them.
Yep.
It's even rare if you get for an open world game a map for it.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's still quite a few games do include electronic manuals, but certainly your traditional game manual or game instructions are almost a thing of the past, really.
Yeah. Well, mostly if you're a fan of game manuals and stuff like that, and old games, it's always a good idea to get those games on good old on doc.com, good old games.com.
Yep.
Because they also include all of the old scans of the old manuals. And sometimes even the soundtrack and stuff like that.
Yes.
So yeah, it's Nishiki again. We have to fight. Or Goda. Can you please stop blocking? We talked about this earlier, game. You had to help me to look good. So yeah, we received information that he's sitting here and playing in this gambling hall. And we are raiding this one, and our goal actually is to capture him alive for the police, to get some information out of him. And by the way, some very important thing I have to forget to talk about is that we're not longer known in here as Sakamoto Ryomas, because we have got a fake name when we joined the or when we running around here in where are we again? Kyoto. When we arrived in Kyoto, or when we looked for the killer, we changed our name to a fake one, which is Sato Hajime. And we fought against Nishiki right now, mainly because that hopefully he shuts his mouth and not telling our real name. Because that could be bad for us. So yeah, we won against Nishiki, and he gets delivered to the police. And yeah, that's basically it with this mission. That's the wrong way. So let's get back to the taxi, travel to the inn, and call it a day.
Well, while we're doing that, I would like to remind everyone that you are watching SpeedCon 2021. We still need that elusive $35 to get that next incentive, which is your entrance randomizer. So please, please, please see if we can get that in before the end of this run. It would be absolutely fantastic to get that added as well, to really spice up an already spicy randomizer experience for the runner Floha. So if you could get that in, that would be greatly appreciated. Remember, all your donations go towards Save the Children. Absolutely fantastic cause. So thank you very much indeed.
Absolutely. What time is it actually right now, the run?
In terms of game time?
Yeah.
Yep, we're just approaching the 1 hour 50 minute mark. 50.
Alright.
So
there's still a little bit of time to get in those $35.
we're just under 2 hours into the run, so you've still got plenty of time. Just $35 is all it needs for that randomizer incentive. So please, if you could spare it, it would be absolutely fantastic. And donating towards an amazing cause as well. Thank you.
Yeah. So it's basically like if everybody right now donates $1 for the Legend of Zelda randomizer, everybody donated $1 for the Legend of Zelda randomizer. Now you're mind blown, huh? There was some serious facts. And well, randomizers are always fun. Even if you don't care about the games.
Yeah, I think randomizers are an interesting way to experience a game. I appreciate them because I feel that they extend the game sort of life, the sort of enjoyment that you get out of a game, especially with the randomizers you get these days. Just about any game that you can get randomized, and they really are very. I mean, the programming behind them as well, I find is fascinating. I'm not a programmer myself, despite my qualifications being in that area, but the amount that you can do with these games, these programs, the randomizers, is fascinating.
There's certainly no randomizer for Yakuza games.
Sadly not, no. But it wouldn't surprise me to see one at some stage.
Yeah, it absolutely also would be so much fun to play like Yakuza Kiwami with crowd control. There would be so much potential for it, because you could do so many things, like that the crowd can donate the bits and suddenly your character Kiryu runs around drunken, or always slips and falls down, or you're getting healing items or specific weapons, or your weapon doesn't suddenly have any ammo left and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, the crowd control would be pretty neat for Yakuza games.
It would be fascinating, actually. I've seen the Grand Theft Auto crowd controls, and they can be hilarious. So it would be very, very good.
Absolutely. When everything's escalating. There once was the idea for like Yakuza 0 and Kiwami to have like a randomizer which doesn't randomize any items, but the character models.
It's an interesting concept.
Like accepting that you activate the randomizer and that you're not playing Kiryu because your model gets swapped and you're playing, I don't know, like Majima.
Yeah. Interesting idea.
And Kiryu is like Haruka, the girl who needs to get saved and stuff like that. It was a fun idea, but sadly some models let the game crash.
Right, okay. So I would agree with the comment in chat there about randomizers are the best thing happening with games in recent history. I would probably agree, because they've really expanded what's possible. And it's people tinkering with the code and coming up with these ideas, and some of the stuff that you've seen. I mean, as I say, the first one I think I saw was, of course, Legend of Zelda randomizer, the sort of Link to the Past, and then of course the Grand Theft Auto is the other one that really stands out in my mind. I've seen the sort of crowd control and that sort of stuff. So it's a fascinating concept, and I still think there's room within that space for more. Like we've just mentioned, Yakuza potentially would be amazing for some sort of randomizing or crowd control.
Yep. But well, I think for that we would firstly need a bigger community for this. Since the Yakuza speedrunning community and so on aren't that big. So I think it would be a cool idea to have that, but at the current state I don't think it would be worth it having it right now. Since the community isn't that big for it.
True, it's always something to hope for the future, isn't it? And as I said earlier on, I feel the Yakuza itself, maybe not necessarily within just speedrunning, but Yakuza itself has become a lot more visible and a lot more well known as a sort of brand or as a series. And the more that continues, then hopefully that will help as well.
So right now we're basically at the... we're going to finish the first half of the chapters of this game. Which, if you do your math correctly, should be clear that the next chapters can be a little bit longer than the ones we had right now. Like, as an example, the final chapter is almost an hour long. Depending on how much luck you have. So, and after this dialogue we're having right here, we going to get our first, we get our upgrades. The stamina, sprinting upgrade stuff. So we can run longer. Because, as you already seen, I've messed up some of my timings, which leads Kiryu to get out of breath and needs to slow down for a few seconds.
Come on!
I hope it was the right one. It was. Good. Nah, it wasn't. I totally messed it up. Well, it's okay. I bought the wrong upgrade. But the good thing about it is that we won't lose that much. Or I think we actually won't lose. Yeah, we might lose a few seconds for the whole of the run, so it's not that bad for the run, that much of a problem. So our information broker just got killed. And this one guy of the Shinsengumi did it because the information dealer was working for both of them, and both of them have a history. And he just did it in case of, well, he knows the secrets of you and me, and right now they will stay secret. It actually annoys me a little bit that I messed it up to get the right upgrade. I would like to say that never happened before, but that would be a lie. Okay, so right now we're actually going to prepare for a raid. So it also actually would be the right time to level up again very soon. Since we still have a little bit of time, basically. Well, no, we haven't. So remember what I said early in the run with all of those random encounters, that they could be helpful, but they don't have to be all of the time. So sometimes they can be very annoying, and some other times, yeah, they can be very helpful. I don't think we have enough level ups for this right now. But if we would have had enough of those random encounters, we already would have activated our special skill. Now we don't have enough level ups. So it would actually come in handy if we would have enough level ups collected during the run right now, but sadly we didn't. But it's okay. It's not that bad. It would be like if I wouldn't have misskilled one of my level ups. We still wouldn't have enough level ups, since right now we need 3 more level ups, and yeah. If I wouldn't have mismanaged it previously, it would be 2 level ups I would have still needed. So everything's cool. I'm not seeing anything again because of the sun. That's very helpful. So yeah. The raid which is currently going on in this residence we're going to in pretty soon. There is the Shinsen Gloomy got information that, well, let's say there's terrorists in it who want to set the castle on fire, in which the king is living in, something like that. And with this huge fire and explosives, they basically wanted to gather all of the like Shinsengumi and all of the other samurai who served the king together at one point to kill them all at once. And after that to capture the king. Yeah. And we have our mission right now to capture the, let's say, mastermind behind all of this. By the way, it will be a little bit of bloody in there. So there will be a lot of blood. I hope you don't have any problems with all of
It's a Yakuza game. I mean, it's a little bit of it's to be expected, I think.
it. Well, true.
I just love how this game sort of takes the setting and uses it. I mean, it is so well done. And as we said earlier, I would absolutely love to see a Western localization of this.
Yeah, it really would be amazing. Then maybe even I won't know or will know what's actually happening in the story. And some of the side missions and stuff like that. I mean, well, there's a very good guide, English guide, who explains all of the story stuff and stuff like that, but, well, it's a lot to read.
Well, we've just received a $10 donation from Prinny, but the comment is in German, and I'm going to try and read it, but I'm going to butcher it. So I do apologise. My German is, well, non-existent. So I'm going to try and read this comment in German. So apologies for any Germans in advance. I'm butchering this, I know, but I'm going to try and to get it as good as I can.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, here we go. Ich wünsche allen eine schöne Zeit. Vielen Dank für die Runs und ihr seid Runners, Commentators, macht weiter so und liebt gesund, Dude. Kiryu-chan! I got the last bit.
Yeah, I think I got most of it.
So, apologies for butchering that, but thank you so much for your generous donation towards Save the Children. It's greatly appreciated. Got me to try my poor German there, but thank you. I really appreciate it.
Oh boy. Normally he doesn't get to do so many moves in this fight. Wait, wrong direction. Alright, almost slowly getting to the boss. Sadly, I didn't pay any attention how many level ups I gained till the last time I leveled up. I think it's the first right now, so not worth it to level up to get to the special skill we want. And let's get to the boss. And surprise, it's Shun Akiyama again, who we see in there. And we have a little chat with him. And, well, this fight right now, well, it seems like it's gonna be about life and death and all of this serious stuff, and somebody's going to die in here, right? Well, basically not. Since this is a show fight we are doing right here and right now. So the thing is, why we do this and why we're actually like helping Akiyama to escape with this by intentionally losing this fight, even though in this moment right now we're going to... Can you please stop blocking? Oh my god. There's so much blocking today. Please stop doing this. So we talked with him and we found out that we basically have like the same goals. And that's why we let him escape. Even though we won this fight right now, but he escapes, and then there's going like an emergency meeting, like in Among Us. We need to find an imposter, and that one guy who actually like killed the info dealer, something like that. He gets executed because he was an imposter. So there's only one imposter left, which is basically us. And then we see two people sitting here in front of Ryuichi Goda, and the interesting part is that we are not seeing the face of the other person right now. And that this other person gets introduced as Sakamoto Ryomas. And if you remember it correctly, and don't forget it, our name is actually Sakamoto Ryomas, but it's not us, so somebody is impersonating us. So if you want, you feel free to talk about the incentives and stuff like that.
Okay, no problem at all. Remember, we are watching SpeedCon 2021, benefiting Save the Children. We've got a whole host of wonderful donations, incentives, and bid wars coming up. So I'll spend time going through some of them for some of the later runs we've got. So the most important one is the entrance randomizer for Skyward Sword. We're $35, just $35 short on that just now. So come on, folks, let's see if we can get that sorted by the end of the run. It'd be absolutely fantastic. Then, of course, you can put your donations towards the file name for Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword randomizer. You can choose the skin for Skylove and Pluck's Adventure on Clover Island between the default skin, the Seamus skin, or the Sonic skin. And we have yet another skin choice for the Batman Arkham City run coming up later on. And I've seen this one myself, and some of these skins are absolutely fantastic. So you need to get your money in to decide which type of Batman you want. We've got the 1970s Batman, animated Batman, Batman Beyond, Batman Earth 1, The Dark Knight Returns, the Sinestro Corps, or the Year One Batman. So you've got so many different choices, more Batman than you could ever wave a big stick at. So see if you can get your donations in to choose your preferred type of Batman. Remember, all of your donations do go towards Save the Children. So please, please, if you can spare some, it is greatly appreciated. Thank you very much indeed.
That's a lot of talking they just did in there. Totally forgot about that one.
They do like to talk in this game, don't they? They like to have deep, meaningful conversations in Japanese that we can't understand.
Yeah, they talk a lot. I also sadly forgot what's actually going on right now. That's the problem if you... well... if you do a run of this game and the 2 runs you do for 2 specific or for 2 different speedrun events, and you don't have full time to read all about the story and stuff like that and watch all about it. So, and then when you did the first run and you could at least explain most of the stuff, and now have the second run, but between those you got a new PC which you had to set up first and all of this stuff. You don't have the time to at least read or watch all of the stuff again which you already know, or to refresh all of this. Yeah. So if I could, I would love to explain completely what's going on. But right now I just could tell you, well, Majima is playing Mahjong right now. But what I can say is that we get right now a mission from Kashiwagi, in which our mission is basically that we need to gather informations about this Sakamoto Ryumas, who has arrived here. Which we already know is somebody who's impersonating us. So we know we are the real Sakamoto Ryumas, but we don't know anything about the other one. And the hint that we got where we should look first, or ask for information first, is at Ryuchigoda, at his place. Where do I have to go again? It's the third one. I think we have to get to the end first. Yes. We're also intentionally activating the sub-story cutscene. It's still faster than... yeah. Trying to avoid it.
おい。ん？
So we're meeting up with Data right now and tell him about that there might be a second Sakamoto Ryomas in here. So we like sharing informations since we are working together. And after that we get to the residence in which Ryuichi Goda is in and ask him about all of this. But he's not telling us anything. His mouth stays shut. Well, I don't think I need this encounter right now, but okay. At least it was a quick encounter, because all of those three had pistols, and enemies which have pistols or guns, they also usually don't have that much health. So they die much faster than all of the other enemies. So that's the residence in which we are going to meet Ryuichi Goda. But first we have to take a little walk, in which we... well, it's a trap. And sadly also something that I can't skip. Don't ask me why, but sometimes there's those cutscenes which you can't skip, sometimes you can skip them, but... yeah. I'm sure there's a reason for it, but I don't know it.
門番の割に随分判定から離れるんだな。
But what I'm going to do, since this is also a shrine in which we can upgrade, I'm going to look if I can at least buy one sprint upgrade, since I've messed it up last time. Or maybe, with a little bit of luck, I can upgrade at least once. Can't skip this cutscene. But yeah, we're now asking Ryuichi Goda about all of this stuff. And of course he's not telling anything. So yeah, we leave the building as smart as we entered it, without any informations we could use. There's nothing we know, but we get invited to meet the president of the Shinsengumi. And then a lot of stuff happens actually, since the president does know who we are, and that's interesting. This is the place we want to go. So yeah, the president knows who we are, and he also wants to change something so that there's no longer a class system anymore, but yeah. But the way he handles it is a bit problematic, since he wants to burn the whole town Kyoto, which of course women, children, and yeah, everybody in there will die. And that's a little bit too much for us. Cause for like Kiryu. So we're looking for a different way, in which we don't have to burn the whole town. And yeah, then we fight. Hopefully this will be a fast one. Fast encounter, fast fight. So the reason why we're actually fighting is when we refuse to accept his plan, or yeah, like work with him, like burning the whole town and stuff like that, he tries to trigger us by telling that he's killed our father figure. So that's how the fight started. But as we're going to find out, he's also not the killer. I'm not 100% sure, but I think we've got right now like 3 level ups, which will be, or which would be the last level ups that we need to unlock the skill we actually going to need. I'm getting hungry. So chapter 8. Yes?
Yeah, always remember to stay hydrated, folks.
Absolutely. So yeah, let's just quickly level up. Yes, we have enough level ups. We have even more than we actually needed. And that's the last time we leveled up. Just in time, actually. So, we got back to the Shinsengumi HQ and we're meeting up with Majima. So, if there had been not enough Majima for you, that will be right now. A lot of Majima.
Oh, we can never get enough Majima.
That's absolutely true, yes. So we're meeting up with him, and he tells us about a mission he has, in which he have to raid the Ishin Shishi, something like that. I, by the way, forgot that I wanted to check out to get a sprint upgrade, but it's okay. But first we have to meet him in this other building. For more informations about this mission. But that's actually a quite short chapter, by the way. So we're now leaving the HQ, get back to the inn, wait till it's night time, and then we start the raid at the residence of the Ishin Shishi. But before we do that, I'm actually do something different. Improvising. So let's get to the inn. But instead of running directly to the inn, we're going or running to the shrine. So I should at least get hopefully 2 upgrades, sprint upgrades. This will be a lot of fun for the German restream commentator right now. So what is he doing? Yeah, now we got the right one. We can sprint a little bit longer. At least something. Even though it actually wasn't worth it right now doing this. Thinking about it. If I could have get like 2 upgrades, then it would absolutely be worth it, but right now, not so much. So yeah, waiting till it's night. And then meeting up with Majima. And then we are going to have a little fun. You don't want to get too close to the bathhouse, or I accidentally could activate a sub-story in which we get into the bathhouse to relax, but then our clothes get stolen and then we have to chase someone who stole our clothes, but we are naked. I'm sure some people would like to see this sub-story, but not in this run. Because it actually can kill like 3 to 5 minutes, and that's a lot of time.
I think we can live without that. I definitely think we can live without that. We got enough of that earlier on.
I'm just pressing the buttons too fast, which is why I'm always declining to get into the action. And yes, previously I made the last level up we needed to get the special skill that we're needing or want, in which we can eliminate 3 enemies at once, which is this beautiful skill right now. And that one move alone will help us save a little bit of time for the rest of the run. And it would be much nicer if we could have managed to have that skill in the raid previously, in which we had the boss fight against Akiyama. But yeah, we didn't. Also, this face, that guy who was running away, you might remember his face if you played Yakuza Kiwami too. Come on. There we go. That was painful. This person has to die too. Sorry. So in this chapter, by the way, we're also going to swap later to the pistol, since we get one very specific ammo for our pistol, which comes very well. Yeah, it will be extremely helpful. It's the acid bullets, and the acid bullets will help us to get rid of armor of enemies much faster than fighting against them. So normally how it works with those acid bullets, somebody has a ton of armor and we just took like 3 bullets against them or on them, and then the armor is gone. Like against that guy we could use, if we would have some acid bullets, and that would be very helpful, because then he wouldn't have any armor anymore. He would be much easier to deal with. And by the way, miniguns. Because if you think, well, guns and miniguns, that's a little bit of unrealistic. Well, we're at basically like the middle to the end of the 19th century. Like between... yeah, it's basically like almost the same time as second... well, now that's a little bit too late. Like, if you ever played it, Red Dead Revolver, the previous game before Red Dead Redemption and Red Dead Redemption 2. That's all of them. Oh, didn't need to get this one, but now we get the acid bullets. So let's change to them. Change the fighting style for the 2 samurais coming right now. And the first one doesn't have any armor anymore. So let's go for the second one. So this fight won't be a problem at all. Oh, by the way, if you ever played Yakuza Kiwami 2, then you might know about some two specific tigers later in the game. And those two specific tigers actually are right there in this room, but as gold statues. And I like this neat little detail. Like they play a lot with, you could say, fan service of the Yakuza games in this one. And then we get a cutscene which we can't skip, by the way. Sadly. But after that we get into a very nice chapter, which is called The Spectacular Fight. And in the Spectacular Fight chapter, we get, you name it, a spectacular fight.
Sengokuが俺をおびき出した理由。
それはこういうことや。
何の真似だ。
お前のことは調べがついとるんや。土佐勤王党筆頭坂本龍馬ちゃん。いや、調べも何も入隊試験で一目見た時から全部知っとった。はじめちゃんは覆面の男って今日まで来たんやろ。
なんであんたがそれを。
わしがその覆面の男やからや。どうや、あの日のこと思い出したかいな。
まさかお前が。
吉田東洋、あいつを切った感触今でも覚えとるで。
起きた。
今度はもう邪魔は入らんで。どっちかが死ぬまで存分にやれるっちゅうこっちゃ。さあ、1年前からどんくらい強くなったか見せてくれや、はじめちゃん。いや、龍馬ちゃんや。
So fun fight coming up right now. Oh, it's always an amazing soundtrack, by the way. Well, that was a fast one. So while we were fighting, Majima is actually explained very easily. He set all of this up because he wanted to fight against us. He knows that we are Sakamoto Ryomas because he and Kashiwagi, they basically were in the same room as we were with the president of the Shinsengumi. And he heard everything what we said. So he also knew that we are looking for someone who killed our father figure, and he basically said like, well, I'm the killer of your father figure. I did it, but we found out he isn't. Because he has a much different fighting style than the assassin who killed our father figure. And then we get this letter in which we get told that our brother Takeshi is dead. Chapter 9. The spectacular fight. So since we think that our brother is dead, spoiler, he isn't. Kiryu decides, or Sakamoto Ryumas decides, to drink a lot of alcohol. So, Tim, while you're sitting here with me, what can people donate for actually?
Indeed, indeed. Well, we've got lots of things you can donate for, but what I want to first remind everybody is you are watching SpeedCon 2021, raising money for Save the Children. Absolutely fantastic cause. Please, please keep your donations coming in. We would love to see them. We've also got $35 still to go on this Legend of Zelda. Come on, come on. It's been sitting there teasing us for a while now. Let's see if we can get that entrance randomizer incentive. All it needs is $35 to hit that goal, and that will speed things up for Floha in the next run that's coming up after this. So please, please get your donations in. We've got a fantastic schedule over the next day or so. So please, all your donations are going towards Save the Children. Remember that they are an absolutely fantastic charity. Anything you can contribute, even $1 can provide 4 children with treatment against pneumonia, which is a life-threatening illness. $10 can provide high-nutrient peanut paste to a malnourished child for 10 days. And $25 can help train a trafficking survivor to be a peer educator for vulnerable girls. So every little dollar helps benefit Save the Children. So please, please, if you can, get those donations in. Thank you very much indeed.
Well said. So yeah, like I said, we drink a lot of alcohol. And of course we get in some trouble with that. So we have to fight 2 people. One of them is Shun Akiyama and the other one is Ryuichi Goda. And this fight's gonna be interesting. Let me tell you that. The first thing we want to do in the fight that's coming up very soon is we want to eliminate Akiyama as soon as possible, because he can be extremely annoying with his fast kicks. So we don't want him to deal any damage like that. So yeah, we try to eliminate him as soon as possible so we can deal with Ryuichi Goda afterwards, which shouldn't be that much of a problem. This is also the second fight. The first one, which we had in the bathhouse, and this is like the second fight in which we have to use like the fist fighting style, which we can't use. That's not the one I wanted to hit. That was close.
Even when he's not using a sword, every single attack or every single blow here does look really, really, really sore.
Well, it's Kiryu after all.
I mean, it is ridiculous.
So let's beat this. Ouch. So I just used 2 of the medicine because they also restore some of our heat bar. So we deal a little bit of more damage and can do a heat move and end this fight a little bit faster. And then, what do we do if we fought like against 2 people? And the dog watching all of this? Of course, we get friends and start to drink together. Including the dog, of course. We are friends now. That's basically... yeah. What happened? So we have to get to the next bar to drink together. But the fastest way to get there is of course using the taxi. It's always this one random encounter here. So you basically could say it's not a random encounter there. So, yeah, we're drinking more alcohol and talking and stuff. And now we get from this bar to the geisha district, to the red light district, to drink some more. Again, with this random encounter, which, like I said, you basically could say isn't a random encounter anymore, because it's always there. And that's basically it with the with this chapter.
As they're still talking here, we're, as we said before, lots of talking in this game.
Yes.
I would like to remind everyone you're watching SpeedCon 2021, benefiting Save the Children. Please, please see if you can get some donations in to us. We're sitting here waiting for them. You might even get me to try and speak German again. So please try and get my donations in. Remember, $35 required for the next incentive, which is the entrance randomizer for Legends of Zelda Skyward Sword. So please, if you can get that into us, that would be absolutely fantastic. We do hope you're enjoying the run. Very chill run here. I'm really enjoying this game. It's absolutely spectacular. So we do hope you are enjoying.
Yeah, I just wish I refreshed all of the stuff that happenings in this game so I could explain the story stuff and all of that, but like I said, I thought I would have like a week left to do so, and then I wasn't feeling so good, and yeah. So what I normally would do, if I would have connected my camera, which I haven't because I still look like I'm half dead. Because yeah, like yesterday and the 2 days before yesterday, I wasn't feeling so good. Luckily today, I'm feeling good enough again to do this run. I normally, when I would have the camera connected and doing this run, I would like grab into my Japanese snack box and eat some of those and taste them. But yeah, there's I think it would be a little bit stupid doing it right now without any camera. So I'm not doing that. By the way, Kashiwagi's dead. F in chat for Kashiwagi. And we're also, don't forget, we're also still looking for the killer who assassinated our father figure. Still haven't found him. And we still don't have a clue who it could be. And by the way, remember, stay hydrated. And if you don't like to drink just pure normal water, remember there's always tea. And tea is much better than water, if you ask me. Because there's so many different variations. So this chapter is very interesting, by the way. Let's talk a bit more about the run, because there's more stuff happening right now again. We normally would run around right now in this place, and we see how some of the Shinsengumi are absolute douchebags and terrorizing some of the people living here in Kyoto. But most of the stuff we're going to skip. Because normally we would have like, let me just do a quick check. 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 encounters, something like that we normally would have. With people talking, and then we have to beat them up, and then they continue talking, I think. But the funny thing is that we don't have to walk this exact line. The game usually tells us we have to walk this path. So we won't walk this path, we just use the taxi and quick travel. So we don't have all of those encounters. Get right to the place we need to go. And do another quick travel to get to the next place we have to go. So there's a lot of encounters we actually going to avoid right now. But we get to activate a sub-story. Well, basically we get to activate 2 sub-stories. That was the first one. Now we activate the second one, which also introduces us to the training school for the I think it was the normal sword fighting style to unlock the currently locked skills, which we can't learn because for some of the skills you need to do some training missions to unlock them. Like in the previous Yakuza games, or in Yakuza 0, Kiwami, etc., you always have to do those training missions if you want to unlock all of these skills. And the same thing goes for Yakuza Ishin, in which you also have your training masters, something like that, who teach you new skills to unlock even more and powerful skills. But we're not doing that. We don't need those skills. So, just with this one quick travel, we basically like skipped about 3 to 4 encounters we normally would have. So it's a huge time save. Now we use a taxi again, and if you paid close attention to all the times in which we used the quick travel right there, we had a sub story with those taxi guys in which we had to defend them. And when we did this sub story, we activated one more quick travel destination, which we just spawned right now. And it's basically only useful for this one moment. And let's get back to the slums of Kyoto, like the streets of bones, basically. And we are going to... So you see those Shinsengumi guys standing right there? If I'm not wrong, they're under command of Majima. And Majima is in this place. It's basically like, you could say, I don't know, his district, something like that. The place he rules, or more like he is in charge for. Also, we have to do this sub-story in which we just have to beat up those 3 people. They just mess with the wrong guy.
Oi!
So we fight those 3 people. They're also stupid enough to attack us. And then we have our little boss fight again against Majima. And that's basically it for this chapter.
Nothing like a good fight against Majima.
Yes. You never can have enough fights against him.
No, you definitely can't get enough Majima.
It's just like in Yakuza Kiwami, in which you have the Majima Everywhere system, and I hear a lot of people who say that they are absolutely annoyed about it. And I'm that one guy who runs around and actually searching for Majima. You fight against him all the time.
Nothing wrong with that.
Because it's so much fun to fight against him, since he's much stronger than even most of the bosses. And when you win, he gives you so much of experience points. So what we're basically doing right now is something like, you could say we recruit Majima for a mission later. And look who it is, the president of the Shinsengumi. So we're having a plan right now. Or doing something like that. Not 100% sure, but I think it's basically like those three are working together to find a way to to find a different way to get rid of the class system without burning the whole town. Which of course sounds much better than burning the whole town. So what's the time we're currently at?
We are currently, let me have a little look for you. We're currently sitting at 3 hours and about 7 minutes. At the moment. So doing fantastically well.
Yeah, I guess.
Just for having a little talk here, remember, again, folks, watching SpeedCon 2021, benefiting Save the Children. Please, please, if you can donate, that would be appreciated. Still looking for that elusive $35 for the next incentive. So if you could, anything you can spare is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, and always remember, even if you don't have anything that you can donate, to share about the speedrun event on social media and stuff like that. So maybe more people know that the SpeedCon is currently happening. I think I have to get back to the inn. Oh, the sun is killing me today. So many reflections on my TV. But it's a beautiful weather outside. So
It
we're
does
back.
happen to be. Oh, sorry to interrupt. It does happen to be very nice here as well.
No, you go for it.
No, you go for it.
No, yeah.
No, it does happen to be very nice weather today as well here. It's cold but bright. That's always nice to see. So I'll let you get back to it. Sorry, apologies.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly. We're back at the inn, but we found out that there's a hostage situation in this inn. So we have to fight ourselves through it. And no matter if cold or warm, the weather's outside, always remember to stay hydrated. Now, come on, do it, do the thing. Thanks. Oh my god. Camera right now. Was just confusing me. Lost orientation for a bit. So, some might maybe think why you're not spamming this attack. Well, there's one very good reason for that. And that's cooldown. If we do a heat move, which it basically is this attack I'll do, we have a cooldown of about like 1 to 3 seconds. So that's why I'm sometimes just running around in circles, like I have nothing else to do. And again, somebody likes to throw around with furniture. At some parts it's so hard to see right now for me.
You're doing a fantastic job. Absolutely. I have to say, when I see the sort of fluidity of the combat, we've mentioned it before, but it is very, very impressive.
Yeah, they did an amazing job with that. Ouch. Finally.
A little bit of pistol action there.
Yeah, like the acid bullets, which I've talked about previously, which is very effective against armor, but sometimes doesn't like to work, sadly. Which I still think it's a bug or something like that. Not 100% sure, but sometimes it just doesn't seem like to work. Alright, boss fight. And we all know if somebody wears a basket on its head, this person is serious about it. Don't know about what, but this person is serious about it. And that's it with this encounter. So we saved everybody in the inn, and they're very thankful for that and stuff like it. And we get spawned back at the HQ of the Shinsengumi, having a little chat with Majima. And then it's time to get back to the inn, back home. And then we have again a little bit of a dialogue till we wait that the chapter ends, just to let the next chapter start with an also long dialogue.
Wow, we're used to it by now.
Yeah. That's actually why I also think it's a very long run, yes, but it's also a very chilled run, because
yes,
there's so many dialogues you have to skip, and in which you can lean back and take your time to drink something or stuff like that.
Yeah, that certainly helps, doesn't it, when you're dealing with an extended run, when you've got a little bit more, when it's not like all out all the time, no chance for a break.
Yep. But also, since it's a very long run, then there comes the moment in which you're sitting there doing the run and think, damn, I'm getting hungry.
Totally
and that's why we need, that's the I forgot the word for it. The research for robots needs to get pushed more aggressively, so we finally can get robots who feed someone. Yeah, there's a long dialogue cutscene coming up next, so I think we sadly still haven't got any donations or something.
We're still requiring this $35. We still need that elusive $35 to get this incentive. We only have until the beginning, I believe the beginning of the next run. So we've got about, what would you say, about an hour and a bit, maybe? A couple of hours? Well, an hour and a bit.
Yeah, something like that.
So we really do need to try and get that in if we possibly can. It would be absolutely fantastic to spice things up for Flowheart in the Skyward Sword randomizer run by introducing the entrance randomizer. So that would be absolutely brilliant if we could get that included. I'd also like to remind you that we are here, SpeedCon 2021, benefiting Save the Children. And I'd also like to just give you a little bit more information about the cause. Every day, 15,000 children die before their 5th birthday, most from preventable causes. Save the Children does whatever it takes to ensure all children survive, learn, and are protected through 3 global goals by the year 2030. No child should die from preventable causes. All children should have access to a quality basic education, and no child should be a victim of violence. Save the Children has worked worldwide for over 100 years and in 120 countries to give children a future, in that time impacting the lives of over 1 billion children. In 2019 alone, they reached 144 million children through their comprehensive programming and emergency response. So what we're doing today is very, very important. We're putting on a fantastic show for you, amazing run here of Yakuza Ishin. But please, if you can, any donation is appreciated. As Velare said earlier on as well, if you can't donate, simply watching is obviously fantastic. Promoting the event on social media as well, get more people knowing what we're trying to do. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you very much for your time.
Absolutely. Yes. What Tim said.
And just more and more as I'm watching the cutscenes here, I don't know what it is, but this game just has a style of its own. It's just, even though I don't understand an absolute word of Japanese, it's still, you get the sense of the story, you get the sense of the characters, you get the feel from it. It is absolutely fantastic. It really is.
Yeah, that's why it's still a shame that the game hasn't been translated for us. Officially translated for us.
Yep.
We need it.
I would agree.
Alright, talk is finally over. So we get back to the Shinsengumi HQ. Just to talk a bit more. But we actually have a mission right now, and we're going to talk about this mission. Because Kiryu and Majima are going to travel to Edo to visit the king. And to talk with him to get rid of the class system. And we prepare for that. And this will be a fun time we're having. Because there's some nice fighting going on. When we actually storm the castle. And of course we will do all of this with an amazing soundtrack playing in the background.
Yeah, I mean these games have got a fantastic soundtrack. Again, the world building and the whole universe every little detail from the visuals to the atmosphere, to the music, to the colouring, the sort of movement. It's so well done in these games, and especially in this one, as we said.
Which, since I've just talked about a little bit, or said that the game has an amazing soundtrack and stuff like that, you actually can find the soundtrack of the Yakuza games on Spotify, including the soundtrack of Yakuza Ishin.
Excellent. That's
Just have to Google for it, like Yakuza Ishin soundtrack Spotify, and somewhere somebody should have posted a link to it. Since to find it you just can't put in Yakuza Ishin or Ryuga Gotoku Ishin. I think there's some playlists. Some people who do some playlists for that. But yeah, you basically have to use the Japanese kanji, hiragana, katana writing style they have to find it. And if you ever thought about while watching this game, so this time period looks so amazing and so nice and all of that. I want to know what it's like living in this time period in Japan. In Japan, there's actually a park called Edo Wonderland, in which the whole town in this park is built after a town during the Edo period. And depending on how much you pay, you can select your clothes, and which also, like I said, depending on how much you pay, gives you specific roles in the society during this time. And the park is also filled with actors for every visitor, so that the town actually feels alive and stuff like that. And depending on what you are wearing and social standing you have because of that during this time, they react to you, which sounds amazing. Like if you, don't know, act like or have a costume like a samurai and something like that, and the people bow down to you or get down on their knees in front of you, and you have to say one very specific phrase to allow them to get back up. Until you haven't said that, they remain on their knees. And even if you don't know that phrase, some of the actors will get to you and tell you what it is, what you have to say. And then you can decide, well, do you want them to get back on their feet and do what they wanted to do, or will you let them for the rest of the day be on their knees? And yeah, like I previously said, we're going to visit the king. And I love how Majima's standing there.
Yeah, go love Majima.
It absolutely looks like every second that poor boatsman gets slapped in the face or something like that.
I think you want Majima looking at you like that. I really don't.
Majima is that kind of person in which I would think, well, I would like to go out and drink with him and have a fun night, doing karaoke and stuff like that. But at the same time, I think, well, I don't know if I want to have that.
No, you're kind of putting your life in your hands if you go anywhere near Majima. You don't know what he's going to do from one second to the next.
Well, he won't kill you, but it could be painful. But that would be a night that which you never forget, except you get something on your head and you have amnesia of that night.
Yeah.
Alright, we're at the castle. And that's the fun part. What we sadly haven't seen is that Majima blows up the gate with the cannon. Because they're not opening the gates for us. So Majima decides he does it for us.
Yeah.
So like, I have the fitting key for this gate. So, any of you out there who have played like Age of Empires, in which all the knights and stuff like, and those people just hitting with their swords against the wall and the gate opens later, it's basically like that here. We open the gate with our sword. That was clean. The way we got through there, without any problem. So, introducing the cannons. Of course, they can be at first problematic, but if we think about it, they actually very, very helpful for us. Just need to get rid of those, ouch, cannon guys. And put all of them away. Oh please. Thank you. Like I said, Kiryu never killed a person. Don't worry, they're fine. And we also use this cannon to blow up one of those barricades, so a little time save there. It's basically also not real cannons which we're shooting, it's just black round pillows. It's like a huge pillow fight right there. So the last time I did this part, everything got horribly wrong, so let's hope that right now, when we use the cannons pretty soon, that everything will be much better.
I'm sure it will.
That was a very good shot at the beginning. But there's still someone alive. So we have to do this 3 times. So we did it 1 time right now, so 2 times left.
Okay, so if you don't mind, I just wanted to remind everyone you are watching SpeedCon 2021, Benefit and Save the Children. My name has been TinyTim78. I am now going to be handing it over to the next host, who is going to be the wonderful Pika Sroth, who's going to take over just now. So, Velare, it has been an absolute pleasure and an honour again to be with you for this run. I've absolutely enjoyed every second of it, and good luck with the rest of it.
Thanks so much.
Good luck with the mini games as well.
Have a nice day.
Yeah, and I will be back again tomorrow. So thank you so much again, and take care for now. Cheerio. Pika Sroth, it's all yours.
Thank you so much for introduction, Tiny Tim. And yes, indeed, I will be your host for the next few hours. So if you've got any lovely donations you want to send, I shall be reading them. I see we're currently sitting at $341 for Save the Children. So I'm wondering, can we reach 400 in the next few hours? That would be absolutely amazing. Thank you, everyone.
I'm sure we can get there. So we're finally inside the castle, the main building, with all of those extremely annoying ninjas, because they like to jump and run around and all of that stuff, and it's extremely annoying because they never stop moving, and it's so hard to hit them sometimes. It's absolutely brutal. And we're going to have a lot of fun with those ninja guys, because they will be the enemies for the next few minutes. As long as we're inside this castle. Well, let me tell you, I'm not amused about it. So the best way to get rid of them, of course, is our special skill, in which we can eliminate three enemies at once. Helps us a lot right there. And then we will have a little riddle to solve. But sadly, luckily it's extremely easy. In this game, you know, normally it's like never press red buttons or stuff like that. In this case, to open the door, hit the red one. It's very easy. So there's more ninjas, even a little, let's call him mini boss, which I don't want to deal with right now, since we have those ninjas. Excuse me. Oh, now I see why I can't do this move. Don't have any heat left. Ouch. Please stop this. Well, that wasn't the heat move I was going for, but it's okay. It's fine. Helping out Mushroom there a little bit. There should be only one ninja left. Nice. Then we can deal with the big guy. Of course, with the pistol. Which doesn't work again. Like I said, sometimes the acid bullet somehow doesn't seem to work. It also, of course, could be that it's possible that those acid bullets can also be blocked by the enemy, which would be a new info for me for this run. And that's this guy. And then again, we have to solve a little riddle, this time with some time pressure. Because, yeah, it's like a trap in this room. And again, press the red button. And then we are ready to go to the elevator, which will bring us to the boss. To the king. There it is. But before we do that, let's have some more heat. Because we're going to need it, since this elevator will be filled with ninjas again. And Majima will stay back. So we have a little bit more time to chat with the king now, while he's fighting those samurais. So there's 4 ninjas. We want them to stay mostly at least a little bit together, so we can do our nice little move. We have only to deal with 1 more. The next 4 arrive, also the last one. And we have arrived. Say hello to the king, which also has an amazing atmosphere during the boss fight. Because of this huge room and the lightning and all the ninjas kneeling down here, it looks amazing. Also the soundtrack. The moon which is shining through. It's beautiful. And this boss, by the way, can be a bit problematic sometimes. So I'm actually going to need at least to focus a little bit on him. He's not that kind of that super easy bosses. But it seems to be a good fight so far. So I think the second half of this fight shouldn't be a problem at all. And that was the boss. We've beat the king. He's not dead, don't worry. So we have a little chat with the king. I forgot his name, but he's personified by Daigo Dojima from other Yakuza games. And we give him a letter in which we demand or ask him to step down so that no longer a king is ruling over Japan. And that, like, yeah, who is it called? Let's just say other political persons. Something like that. So we demand this to step down, and then we travel back to Kyoto. We haven't had any answer yet. And when we are back in Kyoto, oh my god, Kyoto's burning. So of course that's not good. But to be honest, in this game it looks quite amazing. And also this part has another amazing boss fight at the end. If you thought the boss fight against the king looked very atmospheric, looked amazing with the place and yeah, the atmosphere in it, there will be another fight like this pretty soon without the ninjas. Yeah, the whole town's burning. Remember that the Shinsengumi, or some of them at least, wanted to burn the whole town down so that the king steps down. There's a lot of down stuff happening. But we, with the president of the Shinsengumi, we came up with the idea to visit the king and ask him directly. But as we can see, some of them didn't like to wait and acted on their own. And that's the problematic state we're in right now. Fighting in a burning town. Of course, I immediately got the boss. But we all know, if you have the choice to fight a boss or his minions, you pick the minions first before you fight against the boss. He's dealing a lot of damage right now. Let's keep an eye on my health bar. Come on. Alright, that was like the first out of 3 bosses we have to fight. Healing ourselves because we took a lot of damage. So next boss. There he is. So, Picastrov, have you ever played a Yakuza game?
I have not. I've only seen occasionally runs from Yakuza 0, but never of Yakuza Ishin, so I'm just basically watching from the back and kind of discovering it with it. How long have you been running this game for?
That's a good question. I think something like a year, something like that. Or, no, I think half a year, so not that long. Since it's also a very long run, and need to find the time for it.
Long runs can be tough to find time to practice for.
Yep. So feel free to talk about what we're collecting or getting the donations for and something.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is indeed a good time to remind everyone that we are benefiting Save the Children, which has worked worldwide for over 100 years and in 120 countries to give children a future, which in that time has impacted the lives of over 1 billion children. So it's definitely a great cause that SpeedCon is benefiting. And it's very amazing that we've managed to reach more than $300 so far. I think I also would like to use this occasion to remind, because looking at the estimate, I believe there's about an hour left for your run.
Yeah, something like that.
Yes. So the run that will be upcoming right after will be The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword Randomizer, and for it, I'm sure you must already have heard about it. There is the entrance randomizer incentive that is also coming out for it, but it will close off half an hour before the run. So that means you basically have half an hour left to close off this incentive, for which there are about $35, if I'm not mistaken, left for it. And there is also the bid war for the file name. So definitely, time is running out, but you still do have a bit of time if you want to send any donations towards that.
Absolutely. I think it would be amazing to get to the randomizer.
I also just want to see Floa suffer. But that's just me.
I think if you ask me, speedrunners are some kind of weird, and also the viewers of speedruns, they always want the current runner to see that they suffer, stuff like that. But that only makes the runs interesting.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So only a speedrunner who suffers is a good speedrunner.
The dangers of speedrunning.
Yeah, it has a dark side on it.
But hey, it's all worth it when you do it for a good cause.
Absolutely. So, let's get to the boss, the final boss of this part. And he also has a cutscene which we sadly can't skip. So, stay hydrated, lean back, and enjoy, even if you don't understand anything.
Omae いいぞ。久しぶりです、筆頭。お前がもう一人の坂本龍馬だったのか。その顔はほっとしたってところですね。何？あなたはここに竹地先生が待っていると思っていたんじゃありませんか。お前の目的は何だ、いいぞ。どうして俺の名を語り、こんなことをしている。どうして竹地を裏切ったんだ。竹地とお前の間には深い絆があったんじゃないのか。裏切った。私が。ああ、そうだ。新選組に捕まった後、土佐に戻ったお前の自供が原因で竹地は切腹させられた。だがあの時、新選組に捕まることもその後のことも全て最初からお前は見越した上で動いていたんじゃないのか。それじゃああなたは 私が竹地さんを山内陽道に売り、こんな計画を仕掛けたと、そう思ってるということですか？ああ。本当に？何が言いたい？あなたは嘘をついている。心の底では竹地さんがもう一人の坂本龍馬だと確信しながら、それでもなお竹地さんがあなたを裏切ったという事実を認めたくない。そうなんでしょう。あなたは怖がっている。真実を知ること。いざ決着をつけましょう。私は斎藤はじめじゃない。本物の坂本龍馬と戦える日をずっと待っていた。私はこうしてあなたと戦えればそれでよかった。もう一人の坂本龍馬に命令され、近藤勇を殺し、こんな状況を作り出したのはそのためです。勝負をすれば全てを認めるということか。ええ。
I forgot how long this cutscene was.
We could put a timer and measure how long it is.
これで終わりだ、いぞ。
Yeah.
俺は人斬り依蔵としてのお前の人生に。
Yeah, I could just put some. Well, we're waiting. But it's a beautiful cutscene. We're gonna people enjoy that in this great run.
Alright, here we go. Nice cutscene with a nice boss fight, nice soundtrack, amazing scenery with the pagode tower. Called in English pagode? That Japanese Asian tower thing burning in the background while Nishiki is beating me up brutally. Need to concentrate a little bit in this fight. Since this actually can be a hard one. Alright, we have a problem. We need to heal ourselves. We don't want to push our luck too far. Victor, please stand still. Oh my god. Finally! That was a long fight. This could have been a shorter one, but he was way too active for that. Alright, the next chapter, which is coming very soon. Oh yeah, first, we want to, or Sakamoto Ryomas, also known as Kiryu, wants to step out of the Shinsengumi because of all the trouble that happened and stuff like that. And the 3 remaining good captains, let's say it like that, they don't want us to go. They want us to stay with the Shinsengumi. And that's what I'm trying right now to talk into his head to stay. Because he's a good man. And then we're slowly getting to the next chapter, and the next chapter is something else. It has a very specific boss fight which I absolutely hate. It's the worst boss fight in any Yakuza speedrun, and it's the worst boss fight in any casual Yakuza playthrough. It's that bad of a boss fight. It's the worst one. And you're going to see why.
You might soon be facing a boss you hate, but we perhaps have some time for something that might uplift you.
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Indeed, there will be a brand new $9 donation from OldFat12354 saying, "Need Yakuza Ishin translated. Hear me devs, smiley face. Shout out to German Stream, they are spreading the love in German. For the kids, awesome event." Well, thank you so much for your donation, and that puts us at $350 for Save the Children so far. It's actually really amazing, and I keep wondering, could we reach $400 in the next few hours? Let's see if we can do it. And remember, you've got half an hour to donate for the Skyward Sword entrance randomizer incentive, in which Floa will suffer, because I like to see him suffer. But yeah, thank you everyone, and let's keep it going.
It's actually also not the boss that I'm hating, it's more like the fight that I'm hating. That's like the worst part. Since he's the guy we're fighting against, he uses 2 pistols and he's shooting around like he's an absolute madman and jumping around like he's an athlete for like a local circuit, something like that. So it's an yeah, it's a, let's say it's a special boss fight. But then that's basically like the worst part of the whole run, which is this one boss fight. The rest of it won't be that much of a problem. Actually might be a very, very easy fights after that. Except for one fight in which we need some good luck. But even without it, it shouldn't be any problem. And as in the rest of the run previously, there's a lot of talking involved. So right now they're just talking about how they should continue, something like that. And if I remembered correctly, they're also talking a bit of Takeshi, our brother, who, as we would have thought previously, or who we previously had thought, had passed away, but we know he hasn't. He's still alive. And he's actually the one who's also impersonating us. And if you very fast right now and open Google very fast and type in Sakamoto Ryomas, there's a picture of him. And you will see the same picture in a few seconds in this game, but photoshopped. It's like the exactly same picture, but just with another face, so it fits the game. But if you Google it, you will see a legit picture of Sakamoto Ryomas. And as we know, since the game is based on a true story, most of the part at least, or some of it, let's keep it like that. He has been a real person. Like most of those sitting in here, basically. Alright, before we get into an absolute nightmare of a fight, I just switched the acid bullets, which we only have one left, which is a problem, with the fire bullets. We're going to need them for the next fight. And for those who watched the run from the beginning, remember the Harvest Moon minigame, which we never played? Just show to you, because it activated. We have to visit this place right now to see if everything's still alive, and it is, I guess. So we're leaving again. They basically do that because we have to travel there and it takes some time, and then we have to come back again after a few days, something like that. So it's like a time jump we did there. A hidden time jump. Then we get back to the inn, talk with Date, and then we slowly get to the absolutely nightmare of a boss fight. Because somebody had been captured. Like, held hostage, stuff like that. So there's two ways we can go right now. We can follow the blood, or we cannot follow the blood and walk a different path. Not following the bloodline is actually faster, because if we would do so, we also would activate a sub-story, which we don't want to do. So it's basically something like a shortcut. Then there follows another cutscene we can't skip, or more like a dialogue we actually can't really skip. And then the worst boss fight ever happens. And with that, I like to keep you, to remember you, stay hydrated. And after this boss fight, we're actually almost done with this chapter. So we're slowly approaching the final chapter. Depending how slow. Which depends on how active this boss will be. So we set him on fire with the fire bullets and stab him. And that's actually already a pretty solid start for this boss fight. Like, you see how much he's jumping around, and he does this non-stop. Exactly, like with the normal weapon encounters, we can't throw him into the river and everything's done. So we have to legit fight him. So I just remain for the rest of the fight in silence to concentrate a little bit more on this guy. That was a super fast fight. Oh my god. I think that was the fastest fight I had against him. That was actually quite amazing. That was an extremely good, amazing, well done, super ultra fight. So it was the complete opposite than when Floha will do the randomizer, which you should donate for. Am I right?
I definitely agree with that.
That was the wrong selection. But it's cool. It might have costed us like, don't know, a few seconds, 2 or 3, maybe 4, not that much. So one final fight, which also is an interesting one, with an interesting final part of this fight. But well, my future myself can deal with it in like, you know, 5 to 10 minutes. I'm not trying to think about the next fight. Something like a boss fight basically. Since I don't have any acid bullets left, it's going to get quite interesting. Ouch. I don't have any heat left. Let's fill it up again. I don't want to use that much of medicine right now, because I know what's coming next at the end of this chapter. And we're getting close to the boss fight, which also will have like 3 boss fights before we actually reach final boss, the final boss. So I might save some of the medicine for that. Playing it safe. Alright, coming up next is the brutal part of this fight. It's not even worth it for this one bullet to change back to the acid bullet. Just one bullet won't do anything. So this will be a long fight actually, since we have to fight 3 armored guys and they have a lot of armor. Breathe. Thank you. So yeah, like I said, this will be brutal. Let's hope we can deal with them in this way. Please stop blocking. That would be super nice of you. Nice. So we also can get rid of the armor from the other guy while eliminating the first one of those 2. It's so much easier if I would have any acid bullets left, which would make short process with all of those guys. But when we won against those 2, we're actually going to the final chapter. Nice. So only 1 left. Let's try to not get that much damage from him. So I don't need to heal myself, because the next chapter actually should completely heal me. Nice. And hello, final chapter, a new dawn. So basically right now we would have to play a few mini games, but since we have the minigame showcase and it will cost us a bit of time during this run, I'm going to skip those as usually in the speedrun, since, well, we're going to see them because of the showcase, which will be fun. Alright. First, let's go back to the inn. And then, since that one young woman from the inn who works there, who actually has a crush on us, we have to spend some time with her. Which is actually the part with the mini games, right here at the end. Because we have to make some nice memories. Since we don't know if we survive this and stuff like that, and we have to randomize that.
目障り
So, while we're hanging around with that young woman, we have to do a few things. We have to eat with her, we have to drink with her, which are like two different things we have to visit. You know, like a place to eat and a place to drink. And we basically have every place in which you can eat something and in which you can drink something in this game available to do so. And of course there's one place to eat and one place to drink, which is the nearest for us, and of course we're going to those places. It's a speedrun after all. First, let's go to this ramen noodle place, which actually has an amazing mini game. Then let's go drink something. That was the wrong place. This one. Talk to the wrong guy. Then we have to play the karaoke minigame. In this case, we're completely skipping it. Then let's get back to the taxi, because it's faster to fast travel than to run there. And then we're playing a mini game, which is basically, yeah, fan dance, something like that. But we're also skipping this one. Like I said, also skipping this one. We'll do this later. Almost messed it up. And after that, I think we've did all of the important stuff. So now let's get to the shrine. To the temple. Not the shrine, to the temple. And then we're going to prepare for the final. Of course, there's a random encounter here. So we do short process with this guy. Hopefully he can swim. Where did you come from?
Do we have time for a quick reminder?
Yes.
Alright, awesome. I just wanted to remind everyone that we've got basically exactly 20 minutes left before we close off the Skyward Sword entrance randomizer incentive. So if you want to see that happen and to see Floa suffer, that's the time limit you've got. And we still need $35 to reach it, so it's definitely possible. And you know, speaking of time, this has been quite a long run. As we discussed earlier, you know, it's hard to both practice and watch long runs. So if you're someone who only has been able to watch only a part of this run but would like to watch the entire run, remember that you can watch the full VOD on the SpeedCon YouTube channel once it is uploaded there. You may find the link to it by typing !YouTube in the chat. So yeah, once again, 20 minutes, let's get it.
A lot of talking again. Typical Yakuza stuff, you know. But after that, we will have a lot of fighting. Because it's the final. And of course, they include a lot of fighting. It's a Yakuza game after all. It's not like that we're sitting there and discuss everything in a peaceful way. No. So we're heading right now to the Shinsengumi HQ. And right there we have to do 3 different fights. We have to fight Majima, we have to fight Saejima, and we have to fight the first captain of the Shinsengumi, whose name I forgot. As a preparation, like warm-up, training, something like that. Before we actually starting the final fight. So luckily the next 3 fights we're going to have will be short ones. They're not that long and they're also not that hard. I'll just have to remember to not pick the wrong option after I fought against all of these 3 guys, because if I put the wrong option, the wrong dialogue, I have to fight against those 3 guys again. And that will be a huge time killer. Run killer, something like that. That's the first fight. let's get to the second one. I think this should be the second one. Ah, almost. He has a little bit of life still in him. And then we have to fight against Majima again. The third time in this game. Story, gameplay wise stuff. Ah, come on, Majima. Nice. Alright, so the first option will be the continue option. Perfect. And with that, we officially start the final. So now the real fight begins. I'm doing this right now more like the slow way as preparation for the next encounter. To have more heat in my heat bar to do a bit more often my special move, because it will actually be quite helpful. So one thing that I haven't mentioned yet with the special move is that, of course, we can use this move against everybody, but there are also enemies which only use pistols. And let's say if we do our special move in which we eliminate 3 people at once, and we only eliminate guys with pistols, it actually will be, it's wasted, that move, because they die very easy and very fast, so we actually don't want to use this move against those. There's our first boss. Like I said, we will have like 3 bosses right now, in which we fight one boss, then again against a smaller group, then another boss, stuff like that. And at the end, boss number 4 will be the final boss of this game. That was painful. Also, should keep an eye on my health bar again. Since the guys right there, the bosses, like to deal a lot of damage. Alright, just to play safe. Come on. So that's number 1. Let's get to number 2. But before we do that, we actually leave somebody behind. And that's something that keeps continuing till we reach the final boss. Let's get to the next part. So you see all of those guys standing there? Well, we're basically straight going to ignore them. We don't need to fight those. Sadly, that's the only one we don't have to fight. Approaching the next encounter. Which is the last one before we get to the next boss. First of all, getting rid of all the pistol guys. Yeah, come on. Do the thing. Doesn't want to do it. Now he wants to do it. And now let's go to the next boss. No, I think so far we didn't get any donation so far for the Let Loha Suffer incentive.
we actually have just a few minutes left before that incentive closes. Just about 5, actually. So if anybody wants to snipe that incentive, and by which I mean probably snipe at Floa, basically, now's your chance, because it's just a few minutes left, but it's enough to get that snipe ready.
Yeah, let's do this. Ouch. That was painful. And don't forget, it's also for a good cause. So, let's snipe for a good cause.
Exactly. All of it goes towards Save the Children, and their impact throughout the West has been amazing, with operating over 100 years and in 120 countries to give children a future. So it's definitely been a great cause that all of these donations have been donating for, and we can't be more thankful for everyone here for all these donations.
And that's the second boss. So only one left till we reach the final boss. So the next boss who's coming up. We need to have a lot of good luck against this one. It's totally based on how our good friend Goro Majima will behave during this next upcoming boss fight. Because the way he fights will depend on if we have a easy boss fight, or a boss fight that will absolutely be annoying as hell. So we basically want to have a good Majima. Something that he's currently not, since he's just standing there and doing nothing. It actually wouldn't be any problem at all if he does nothing in the boss encounter, as long as he does it the good way, which sounds super weird. So what we want to have in the next boss fight is that most of the enemies, let's say like 80% including the boss, to focus on Majima, which absolutely would help us dealing with all of the enemies in the next boss fight, and the boss. You're going to see why when we're there. By the way, those ships shooting at us. It's a good old America in the role of an arms dealer in this case.
do I have time for a quick announcement?
Yes, please.
Alright. Well, I want to say that the incentive for Floa suffering has closed off and was not met, so Floa has been spared. However, there are other ways you can make Floa suffer, or depending on how you view it, because there is still the file name bid war. So if you want to put a funky file name for Floa, because we'll be seeing that name a lot throughout the run, well, you can still donate for that. Currently, we have Bingo Mug as one of the names. I have no idea what it could put. I have no idea what it could potentially mean. And yes, so you still have time to donate for that. So definitely, let's see what you can do with that.
All right. So, boss time. We want to have a good Majima here. So everybody pray for a good Majima. If we have a bad Majima, this fight will be catastrophic. If we have a good Majima, this fight will be finished very soon. So our goal is that Majima focuses every or most of the soldiers and the boss on himself, and we can gain one of the miniguns and just shoot everybody. It helps so much during this boss fight. And so far it actually looks... Oh my god. Not that much. No, not that good. Can you please stop attacking me? What is Majima doing? Alright, he at least fighting against a few. So yeah, this didn't work out as planned, sadly. It barely does. Since Majima needs also the attention of the boss, as long as the boss is focused on me, I basically can forget to gain control of one of the miniguns. Yeah. There's a lot of bad RNG in this run. A lot of the bosses were extremely aggressive. Some of them blocking a lot. So not that lucky, as I hoped I could be. Nice. So, thing is, if Majima focuses everybody, and even if Majima turns his back against us, or like blocking our side of the boss, the view of the boss, we can shoot actually through Majima. He's like a ghost. But well, we didn't came to this point, sadly, to shoot just everybody. It was an okay-ish fight, something like that. But with this fight finished, we're going to the final boss. And the final boss is an epic one. It's like the boss has 3 different stages. The second one actually being or can be absolutely annoying, while the third one deals a lot of damage. So let's say if I wouldn't pay any attention to my health bar in the third part of the next boss fight, it can finish the run very quickly on not a good way. Let's heal up ourselves, also having full heat. And let's get to the final boss. Our own brother! Oh my god. Also with a cutscene again, which I can't skip.
ああ、俺にもわからねえ。お前とまた戦えると思うだけで心が躍る。待っている間に若返っちまったようだ。後悔はなしだぜ、兄弟。 忘れちまったな。後悔なんて言葉は。来い。龍馬、行くぞ。竹地。
Alright, first phase of the boss. It's a fairly easy one. Almost forgot about this quick time event. Also, this boss fight has an amazing soundtrack. Absolutely loving it. So what we want to do in this first phase of the boss, we want to corner him there, so he can't get away from there so easy. And also not running away and stuff like that. Second phase. I'm absolutely loving the choreography in this fight. That was a hard work. Also the change of the music. Such an epic fight. That was painful. Not supposed to happen. Oh, come on, stop it! Dodging all of my attacks right now. That's not cool. So, let me just tell you something to do the tech stuff and... yeah, tech stuff, etc. The moment I finish this boss fight, the end credits start to roll. I'm going to close this game because the end credits, the music of it... well, we don't wanna risk any DMCA stuff, right? Oh my god. This fight is right now, is a nightmare right now. An absolute nightmare. This whole run is absolutely not my friend today. So many bad RNG with boss fights. It's brutal. It absolutely is brutal. Ah, finally. Loving the camera shot coming up next. Feels like we're playing something like a beat 'em up game. right there. Looks so amazing. Come on. So time is coming up when I close the conclusion stream of the fight. Screen, not screen. That red like thing stuff. So basically in 3, 2, 1, time.
GG.
It's actually the first time ever that Yakuza Ishin during a speedrun event has been in estimate. And without any technical difficulties. Normally it always has been like my internet died for like 2 minutes or the Elgato didn't want to work anymore and stuff like that. Oh, that was the controller.
Well, see, despite the RNG sometimes being mean, there's still so many good things that come out of it. But yeah, congrats on this run.
Thanks.
I do believe you have the minigame showcase, don't you?
Absolutely, yeah. Which I have to close the game for, because, like I said, the MCA stuff. We don't want that to happen. Or F. Paul will kill me, I guess. I'll be on his list for, I don't know, Among Us and stuff like that.
If you ever disappear, at least we know why.
Yes.
That would have happened.
Exactly. So, how much time do I have for the minigame showcase?
I do believe that the next upcoming run, which will be The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword Randomizer, is meant officially to start in about 25 minutes. So accounting for setup, I suppose I would leave you with 15 minutes.
Alright. So we have plenty of time doing stuff in here. This will be a fun time. So this is Premium Adventure. It's an amazing thing in the Yakuza game. So if you beat the main Yakuza game, the main story and stuff like that, you always unlock the Premium Adventure in the Yakuza games. The Premium Adventure is always there to do like side mission stuff, which you might have missed, or doing a lot of mini games and stuff like that. It's quite amazing. So if you ever think about playing Yakuza games and you fear to miss something, my tip actually is play the main story of the game, finish it, and later at the end you still can play the Premium Adventure and do all of the side stuff which you might have missed, or yeah, which you can possibly miss. So let's start with this mini game, which is an amazing mini game. You never thought there would be a mini game in any video game than in Yakuza. Or in any video game. Stop. Things, words. Confused brain. No, it actually has an amazing minigame right there. So, if you think about minigames, you might think about a lot of different kinds, but I bet you never thought about serving ramen noodles. It might sound boring, but it's amazing. Also, just because listen to the music and stuff like that. And we're just serving ramen noodles. So there comes the order. And serving the noodles. Oh boy. Nah, I missed the last one.
しっかりしいやね月見月見月見ね斉藤さんその調子
こんなもんか
Yeah, that's like one of the many games right there. Serving ramen noodles.
君たぬき
Nah, that was too fast.
頑張りきつねきつねたぬききつねたぬき君生かすか
Let's activate our choker.
やるやん
So, if you might ever played some Yakuza games or heard some of the Yakuza karaoke songs, the melody in the background, the music, might be familiar to you. Yeah, I missed the last one. It's okay. It's actually Machine Gun Kiss, a karaoke song from previous Yakuza games, as a feudal Japan version, and it sounds amazing. So yeah, that was like the first minigame I wanted to show. Just serving ramen noodles. And there's not a Yakuza game without singing karaoke, right? So of course we do that too. And of course we're going to sing with Majima. It would be wasted time not singing with him. It was amazing, wasn't it? It's
Yes,
always.
it was.
So let me see if I can find a way, because you also can watch like some parts of somewhat like music videos. Or am I just singing right now? I think I'm singing right now. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, wait. Ah, that's Majima again. We don't need to see him again. That one's also nice.
さぬぞ見せつけろ大和魂あげろ勝ち時
I love it. It's nice as you actually can watch those music video clips, which normally you can't pay that much of attention to while doing the karaoke stuff. Did you actually be able to watch them? Alright, so next minigame, I think we do the fan dance. And then we get to the probably best minigame ever made in every video game ever made. It's gonna be quite something. First we need to get there. I actually also could have used a taxi. But, well. It is what it is. So I also of course could show you again the dungeon minigame, but we don't need to do this again because I already showed you that. There's no way to avoid it during the run. The farming minigame, it actually is not worth to show because it's just basically planting crops and stuff like that. So the fan dance. I haven't played that for a while, so I'm not even sure what I have to do right now. But that could be interesting.
日本の魂見せてやるぜ
That's the fan dance.
いかがだったかな
Alright, so for the last minigame, the most special one. It's quite something. I'm not sure if I can complete a round in there. I'm basically 100% sure I can't. But that one, I think is the most fun. So that's not supposed to happen. But of course he's rolling down the bridge. Please die a bit faster, we don't have that much time left. But I know someone in the German stream who is a huge, or who's also an Alex Kidd in Miracle World fan. And that one person I like to call Veni. So. And in Alex Kidd in Miracle World, the boss fights are basically like rock, paper, scissors. If you ever played it, you know it. There's also a rock, paper, scissors game in Yakuza Ishin. But on a different way. I don't think that we get to this part because it's quite a somewhat long minigame. I think it's in here. So what we basically do is we are playing. Yeah, that's the wrong one. We don't want to eat or drink anything. That was the wrong building. Yeah, it's this one, the pink one. That's where the fun things going to happen right now. So first of all, we need a geisha, because we're in the geisha district. And there she is. Don't worry, everything that's going to happen is safe for Twitch. I can guarantee that. So what's going to happen is we play a few games with her. One of those games is a drinking game. Don't try this at home. Because the rule in this game is the first one who gets drunk loses. Now it's her turn. Of course we want also to drink our sake as fast as possible. Because the longer time we take to drink our sake, the more sober she will get again. And that's something, even though it sounds, we don't want to happen. Not in this minigame. It's almost. So after we finished with this drinking game, and we see we have to drink much more sake. So this game she will lose. Because now she's now drunk. So we won the first game. The second game will be rock, paper, scissors. In a different kind of a rule, or more with like, they added something to the rule. I still can't guarantee it is safe for Twitch, because we're playing right now strip, rock, paper, scissors. Ah, she did the scissor. I thought she would do paper. So we need to win 5 rounds, basically. And if we do that, the absolutely, completely weird Japanese stuff happens. She did again, scissors. And I can guarantee the next minigame won't take any longer. If we get to it, that is. Did again, scissor. Because the next minigame is completely nuts and I don't know how to win this game because it's absolutely crazy and I don't have the reflexes for the next stuff that's happening. If we win. She did again, scissor. Lady, there's more than just scissors. Like rock and paper as an example. Ooh, that was a close one. So one final round in this one, hopefully. Ah, damn it. Need to focus. Oh boy, I forgot to tell you about that one. To the Kiryu in underwear.
鬼公平に決めましょうかい天国地獄どっちじゃはいあいこでしょ決めましょうかいよよいのよい
Oh come on, that was. I feel betrayed. Cheated.
平等に公平に決めましょうかい天国地獄どっちじゃはいよっしゃ
Ooh, that was a close one. So, to the final minigame. And with that, I want to put out a shout out to the German restream, to Vinny, who's restreaming, recommenting stuff, doing that, and also to the Yakuza Discord, Yakuza speedrunning Discord. No matter, every leaderboard, every Yakuza speedrunning leaderboard on speedrun.com has a link to the speedrun Discord. So, yeah. Let's go to the absolute crazy stuff. Don't worry, it's still safe for Twitch. I can guarantee for that. But right now, the weirdest stuff you've ever seen in a video game happens. I'm sorry. What's happening right now? I'm already sorry. That's like the weirdest minigame ever in a Yakuza game, if you ask me. And I have no clue how to beat this minigame. Like, how the hell are you supposed to beat this one? It's like, in the worst case explained, I don't know, Space Invader on crack or something like that, because it's totally crazy. And there's no way to win this game. I've never seen anybody who wins this game. Yeah, that's it. We lost. Oh no, we have one more life. Oh. Get to the next round. But yeah, that's basically it. I'm already 5 minutes over showcase time, I guess. I don't know. Am I? I bet I am.
I guess if you want to be technical about it, you are. But I suppose that the current situation has just every one of us is down right now. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that's the minigame showcase. I showed everything that's worth to show, and that's it by me. Thanks for having me, for showing Yakuza Ishin. Which basically also, I have to say, was the last time that I do this for the current time on a speedrun event, because it's a 5-hour long run. It takes a lot of stamina for doing this, and yeah. But it was a lot of fun, and I hope everybody else enjoyed it.
I certainly did, for the part that I've been able to watch. So first off, I want to say thank you so much for this showcase of Yakuza Ishin 80%. I think everybody enjoyed it. And since, as I said earlier, it's quite a long run, if you haven't watched the whole of it, you can watch the VOD once it's published on the SpeedCon YouTube channel, which you can access to if you type !YouTube in the chat. Right up next, after a short intermission, we've got The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword Randomizer Beat the Game, that is the name of the category, by Floa258. So definitely get excited for it, as we'll be getting to that after a short intermission. Thank you.
Bye bye.